final, with the rest remaining crews going to the repechage. In lane 1, Claire Girangeli of Switzerland. In lane 2, Birgit Skarstein of Norway. In lane 3, Anna Sheremet of Ukraine. And in lane 4, Claudio Sequeiro Sabino of Brazil.
Das erste Rennen des Tages, das ist gestartet. Wir haben die Schweiz, Norwegen, Ukraine und Brasilien am Start gehabt. Und nach rund 200 Metern ist es die Ukrainerin Anna Schermet, welche dieses Rennen hier anführt, aber nur ganz knapp vor der großen Birgit Skarstein aus Norwegen. Birgit, sie hat schon über 7 Goldmedaillen an Weltmeisterschaften oder Paralympischen Spielen gewonnen. Also eine unglaublich erfolgreiche und erfahrene Athletin.
Well, it's been a blistering start here for Ukraine's Anna Sheremet, the 23-year-old that's burst onto the scene this Paralympiad, has been an excellent contender in this PR1 women's single sculls, but she's tailed by the great Birgit Skarstein. I just heard Michael there talking about how many gold medals she's got across both the World Championships and the Paralympics, 7 to her name to date, and she just keeps on going. However, she has had a couple of occasions this season where she's been beaten in heats and preliminaries, so certainly under threat of one of those podium opportunities being taken away from her. I'm not sure whether we'll see that this weekend here on the Rotse, but she currently trails Sheremet of Ukraine. We've got some Swiss interest though here in this this particular heat. In third place at the moment, Claire Girangeli over in lane number 1. And Michael, I mean, Girangeli has made history for Switzerland by being the first ever Paralympic qualifier for the Swiss national team.
Yes, indeed. She qualified earlier this year at the European qualification regatta in Szeged, and yeah, it's the first time that a Swiss paraboat qualified for the Olympics. So it's quite excitement for the whole Swiss Rowing Federation. She's starting for Locarno, the Società Canottieri Locarno, and lives near Paris. So it's actually almost a home Olympics for her.
Indeed, I'm sure she'll have the support of many friends and family at those Paralympic Games, not only from Switzerland, but also from France as well, it seems. So she's at the moment in third place still through this first 500 metres, just starting to kind of bridge into that second quarter of the race now. And up at the front of the field, it looks like things are about to change for the race leader, because Sheremet is being put under extreme amounts of pressure from Skarstein of Norway, who closes in on the lead and just takes it by a bow ball shy of 800 metres gone. They're at 29 strokes a minute. Both crews here up at the front of the field, but only one spot through to the final directly. The rest of the crews having to go through to that repechage, which can be quite difficult, Michael. I guess, you know, it's a short weekend, the World Cup's, racing multiple times down this 2K course. You want to avoid at all costs.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. But this time, only, as you told, only one is going straight to the final, and the repechage will be tomorrow. So still a bit time to recover. Kurz vor der 1000-Meter-Marke ist es nun Birgit Skarstein aus Norwegen, welche diese Führung übernommen hat vor der Ukrainerin. Momentan die Schweizerin Claire Girangeli auf dem 3. Rang.
Well, as they come up towards the next of their timing points, which is at 1,000 metres gone, the halfway point on this course, it means they're also coming into sight of our commentary team. So I'm going to be handing you over now to Richie, Tom and Stuart at the 1,000 metres. And good morning once again, Richie. What can you see of our PR1 women's single scullers?
Good morning, Camilla, and good morning, everyone. So they're just coming into view of the 1,000 metre mark. And as you said, just coming in the last 200 metres, it was Skarstein who took on the leading position ahead of Sheremet, our early leader, coming through the first few hundred metres. So she's powering on here, maybe wants to get one less race under her belt and get off the water and not have to go through the repechage. She's just opening up about a half a length lead so far, coming through the 1,000 metre mark. And it'll be interesting to see now what the tactics are going to be from Sheremet of Ukraine. Will she respond, come back and try get that one qualifying spot, or will she be happy to go through the repechage racing tomorrow? Another race under the belt, but just a half a length separating them here, coming through the 1,000.
Wir haben jetzt die 1000 Meter Marke in diesem Rennen bereits überquert für die beiden führenden Boote. Das sind Birgit Skarstein aus Norwegen und Anna Scheremet aus der Ukraine. Und ebenfalls jetzt hat auch die Schweizer Ruderin Claire Giringelli die 1000 Meter überquert und wir warten jetzt noch auf die letztplatzierte Brasilianerin Claudia Sabino. Aber an der Spitze des Feldes haben wir doch einen sehr, sehr engen Verlauf. Es ist immer noch Birgit Skarstein, die das Rennen anführt, vor Scheremet. Aber es sind nur ungefähr 3/4 Längen Vorsprung für Skarstein. Beide Ruderinnen schlagen 29 bis 27 Schläge pro Minute. Es sieht also sehr ruhig und lang aus. Aber die beiden Boote dahinter schlagen mit höheren Schlägen, und zwar Schlagzahlen, und zwar mit 32 Claire Giringelli und 35 Claudia Sabino.
So we're just watching Saracine as well put on another push. She's looking to extend that half a length lead that she had coming through the 1000 meter mark. She's shaking off the challenge that's coming from Scheremet and looking to get that one qualifying spot. Her unbeaten record, of course, went in the heats of the Europeans recently, where she was second place to the Israeli sculler. But speaking to her after that race, she did say the strong headwind on that regatta. She just realised coming through that she would go through into second place. She was quite happy to sit there and save it all for the final, which indeed she did, taking the gold medal in that race. So coming into view for you shortly there, Camilla, towards the finish. We're just seeing her push on again. Scheremet doing her best to stay in touch and keep that overlap. Both of those rowers racing at 28, 29 strokes per minute, similar boat speeds. And we're just watching now Scheremet on the stats here put on a squeeze. She's trying to get back into contention here as they come in towards your view.
Yeah, not surprising. The tenacity of Scheremet, always very strong. She was only 5th at the European Championships back in Szeged, but a bronze medalist from last year's World Championships in Belgrade. We know that she can be a really strong contender at the major championships. So she will try and keep in touch with the reigning Paralympic champion, who has just taken that rating up. I think has seen the danger perhaps coming into the final 500 metres and has decided to lift it up to 30 strokes a minute to try and wind her way in towards the finish line. The distance growing between herself and Ukraine. Still Giringelli in 3rd place. And then finally for Brazil, Sabino completes the lineup coming into the final 500.
Ja, Birgit Skarstein aus Norwegen konnte ihren Vorsprung etwas ausbauen auf den letzten 500 Metern. Mittlerweile beträgt ihr Vorsprung fast 3 Sekunden auf die Ukrainerin Anna Scheremet, welche an den letzten beiden Weltmeisterschaften die Bronzemedaille gewonnen hat. Also auch hier einige Erfahrung, die hier in der Bahn 3 rudert, und so wie es im Moment aussieht, kann es die Ukrainerin aber nicht mehr ganz aufschließen auf die Norwegerin. Es verbleiben noch rund 250 Meter bis ins Ziel, und es scheint alles darauf hinzudeuten, dass Birgit Skarstein aus Norwegen diesen ersten Vorlaufsieg im Fraueneiner Pr1 sich sichern kann.
The water is just absolutely stunning here for this first race of the day. Untouched as these PR1 women's single scullers come towards us here in the finish tower. And they're getting the absolute best of it out here on the Rotsee, being the first race of the day. But Skarstein continues to power on, 30 strokes a minute, coming in front of the grandstands here. And still really not tons of distance between herself and Ukraine's Anna Scheremet. It's a little bit further in distance than it was at halfway. She's managed to extend that lead and row through the early race leader. But at this point in time, it's all about Birgit Skarstein back on top again here at World Cup 2.
Nach rund 150 Meter für Birgit Skarstein. Sie lässt hier nichts anbrennen. Sie baut ihre Führung noch etwas auf. Im Moment ist es etwas mehr als 1,5 Längen, die sie hier auf die Ukrainerin Scheremet herausgerudert hat. Es bleibt noch rund 50 Meter bis über die Ziellinie die beiden Ruderinnen gefahren sind. Dahinter dann auf dem 3. Platz die Schweizerin Claire Giringelli, die dreifache Mutter. Sie hat hier an der letzten Regatta ihre paralympische Qualifikation gesichert und fährt hier nun am Weltcup im Vorlauf auf den 3. Platz.
First two scullers across the line, but only one to progress directly through to that final, and it will be Birgit Skarstein of Norway, about a length and a quarter up on Anna Sharomet of Ukraine. Is then the home favourite Claire Gerengeli that makes her way through the red boys that signify that final 250 metres here on the Rotsee, and on home waters she will take 3rd place in this opening heat. It's then maybe 100 metres back to our final contender who will face the repechage in this PR1 women's single sculls event, Claudia Sabino of Brazil. So after Heat 1, we've now got Heat 2 of the PR1 women's single sculls. 3 boats lining up the same progression system, 1 boat through to the final directly. In lane 1, Manuela Diening of Germany. In lane 2, Brenda Sardon of Argentina. And in lane 3, Moran Samuel of Israel.
Wir kommen zum zweiten Vorlauf im Pr1 Frauen-Einer und hier haben wir 3 Boote am Start. Ein Boot wird sich direkt für das A-Finale qualifizieren und am Start liegen Deutschland, Argentinien und Israel.
Out in the front of this field, Manuela Diening for Germany. She's had a fantastic season so far. The German Paralympic team has really been going from strength to strength, and having clinched a podium at the European Championships, I'm sure has come into this regatta with a particular set of confidence. So she's out at the front of this field, 30 strokes a minute through 750 gone. It's then Moran Samuel of Israel that takes 2nd place ahead of Sardon of Argentina, fresh from competing at the final Paralympic qualification regatta where she fell just shy of qualifying that boat for Paris 2024. She's back here once again, showing that she is not put off by that and still keen to go up against this competition here at the World Cup.
Bei der 800-Meter-Marke ist es die deutsche Manuela Diening, die hier dieses Rennen anführt im zweiten Vorlauf im Pr1 Frauen-Einer. Die Silbermedaillengewinnerin von den Europameisterschaften. Sie möchte hier natürlich nichts anbrennen lassen und diese direkte Qualifikation für das Finale mit nach Hause nehmen heute.
So just past 800 metres gone, and Richie, I guess we've got 3 boats here, 1 place available, looking quite good for Diening of Germany.
Yeah, she's blasted out of the starts to get out into a big lead here, over 39 metres coming up on the 1,000 metre mark. So she's got a good cushion between her and the chasing pack, Moran Samuel and Brenda Sardon. And as we were saying, Moran Samuel and Brenda Sardon, 2 really experienced power rowers. Most recently, Moran Samuel, 4th in the Europeans, 4th in the World Cup 1 regatta as well. They're just coming into our view now, and we're seeing Diening. She's certainly not holding back as she comes through the 1,000 metre mark. Still up at 30 strokes per minute. Really long strokes coming in. and with that cushion of more than 30 metres, in full control here ahead of Moran Samuel in second place. And then again, clear water back to Brenda Sardon. Tough racing here with just one crew to qualify, looking to see who's going to join Norway directly into the finals. The rest of the rowers going through the repechage then tomorrow to give us our final lineup. So we're just waiting on the third sculler, Brenda Sardon, just coming in to the run in towards the 1,000 metre mark. But no doubt about it here, Manuela Diening in full control coming through 1,000.
Manuela Diening hat einen sehr großen Vorsprung von etwa 3 bis 4 Längen auf die Israelin Moran Samuel. Und Manuela Diening hat mit einer ruhigen Schlagzahl von unter 30 Schlägen führt sie dieses Feld an und kann ihren Vorsprung ständig ausbauen. Dann haben wir eben, wie gesagt, einige Längen zurück Moran Samuel aus Israel und dann noch weitere gut 10 Längen dahinter. Dann die Argentinier Brenda Sardon, die ja das letzte Mal bei den Paralympischen Spielen dabei war und jetzt letztes Wochenende die Qualifikation leider verpasst hat.
So tough racing, as we mentioned there, for Brenda Sardon, not qualifying for the Paralympics, but still out here racing, 11th in last year's World Cup. So she's a quality rower, and great to see her back racing here at World Cup 2. No doubt about the leader though, Manuela Diening. She powers on again, still up at 30 strokes per minute, quite different to the Israeli sculler Moran Samuel, down at 25-26 strokes. Samuel was the sculler that won the heat. She beat the winning streak of Bridget Sarseen in the heat of the Europeans, and then came fourth overall. So very much an in-form rower, and probably just holding off to see how she can get back into podium contention in through the repechages tomorrow. They're coming up with just over 500 metres to go, and it is Manuela Diening still powering on here. She's opening up, extending that lead in the last 500 metres. She has extended it from 30 metres up to 55, so in full control here, coached by Sebastian Fuchs, and Sebastian will be quite happy with how Manuela is racing here today, getting that first qualifying spot in to the final, directly into the final, along with Norway as well. So coming into view for you, Camilla, tough racing with just one crew to qualify, and it is Norway and Germany looking good for that second qualifying spot.
Yeah, looking really good out in front. And I remember the wonderful sight it was to see Diening back in 2022 getting a medal at her home European Championships in Munich, having only just really come onto the international scene at the Europeans the previous year in 2021. So she's just been building into being a real formidable force here in this PR1 women's single scull. The 32-year-old has had a fantastic turn of speed this summer. She was 5th at the World Championships last year, but a podium at the Europeans in Szeged would have given her so much sort of to look forward to and to motivate her for Paris later on this year. So Diening looking to put another tick in the box when it comes to World Cup 2 here, to be that first qualifier through to the A final of this event, and pushing out the Paralympic medalist Moran Samuel of Israel would be a real scalp to take in these early stages.
Ja, wir sehen hier wirklich eine tolle Leistung von der deutschen Manuela Diening, die hier nun bald nur noch 250 Meter zurücklegen muss, und dann gehört ihr der Sieg im zweiten Vorlauf im Pr1 Frauen. Einer auf dem zweiten Platz noch immer die Silbermedaillengewinnerin von den Paralympischen Spielen in Tokio, Moran Samuel aus Israel. Sie hat nun eine zu große Lücke, als dass sie diese noch schließen kann auf den verbleibenden 250 Meter. Also die Plätze sind nun bereits vergeben in diesem zweiten Vorlauf im Pr1 Frauen Einer.
In these early stages, all about executing the job of getting those qualifying spots through, and just 1/3 of the field being able to obtain a slot directly into the final on Sunday is really tough, quite punishing for the remainder of the field here, Argentina and Israel. But Manuela Diening not letting it put her off, that all of the crews clear water behind her, rowing her own race out in front here, and unmistakable sort of style here, coming in front of the grandstands and actually just taking her time to enjoy it. She's now down at 27 strokes a minute, sort of coming down, knowing that she's got that buffer in hand ahead of the other two crews in this race. And with the advantage of being able to look back at the remainder of the competitors, I think she'll have a big smile on her face as she comes through the finish line here. Manuela Diening of Germany to take that first and only spot through to the final of the PR1 women's single sculls. Moran Samuel will have to settle for second, and she'll be on her way to the repechage taking place tomorrow, as Michael has already said. And then finally, we've got the Brazilian sculler just entering that final 250 metres. My apologies. Argentinian sculler Brenda Sardon entering the final 250 metres here in Lucerne. From PR1 women's single sculls now onto the PR1 men's single sculls. 5 scullers contending this, with the top 2 going through to the A final. In lane 1, Javier Garcia Martinez of Spain. In lane 2, Eric Horry of Australia. In lane 3, David Zelenberg of the Netherlands. In lane 4, Egamberdiev Kolmorod of Uzbekistan. And in lane 5, Roman Polyansky of Ukraine.
Wir kommen zum P1 Männer-Einer und da haben wir 5 Boote am Start, die sich um die 2 A-Finalplätze duellieren werden. Wir haben Spanien, Australien, die Niederlande, Usbekistan und Ukraine am Start. Nach rund 700 geruderten Meter ist es der Ukrainer Roman Polyansky, welcher dieses Rennen anführt. Und zwar etwa 2 Längen vor der Ruderlegende Eric Horry aus Australien, der Ruderer, welcher schon 5 paralympische Medaillen oder Weltmeisterschaftsmedaillen gesammelt hat und unglaublich viel Erfahrung da mitbringt. 2011 war er das erste Mal im Einer unterwegs, heute noch immer dabei, der 44-jährige Ruderer aus Australien.
Well, with our first Australian on the course this morning in Eric Horry, I can think of no one better to throw this race over to than Stuart John at the 1,000 metres.
Thanks, Camilla. And our leading crews, leading scullers, just coming up now to the 1,000 metres, and it is the world champion, Roman Polyansky, who has the lead. He's got some nice clear water between himself and Eric Horry, the Australian multiple world champion. Roman Polyansky with a couple of Paralympic gold medals in Tokyo and also Rio. Eric Horry with 3 Paralympic silver medals, looking to upgrade to a gold in Paris this year. Coming through in third place, it is the Uzbekistani sculler of Kolmarod, sitting in third. He's moved ahead of Javier Garcia Martinez from Spain. He was third going through the 500 metres, just dropping off the pace a little bit at the moment as we just see him coming through the 1,000, and he's just eased off on that rate of striking, so getting it down to around 24 strokes per minute. And then a little bit behind him we have David Zeelenberg from the Netherlands, who did compete at the final qualification regatta, going out in the repechage. So he's sitting in 5th place at the moment.
Die 1000-Meter-Marke ist bereits passiert in diesem nächsten Rennen Pr1 Männer-Einer, und es führt wie erwartet praktisch, kann man sagen, Roman Polyansky aus der Ukraine dieses Feld an. Er wird noch bedrängt von Eric Horry aus Australien, doch der Rückstand beträgt auch schon etwa 3 bis 4 Längen, und dann haben wir einen noch größeren Rückstand dann zu den drittplatzierten Usbeken Egamirov Kolomurad und am Schluss des Feldes der Spanier Javier Garcia Martinez und der Holländer David Zeelenberg, der ja bei der Qualifikationsregatta letztes Wochenende auch dabei war und leider mit einem 5. Platz ausgeschieden ist.
So Polyansky still with that lead through 1,400 metres. He's rating at about 34 at the moment, leading Eric Horry by about 40 metres at the moment. Both those 2 leading scullers sitting on about rate 33, 34, similar speeds for both of them. Eric just trying to make up a little bit of a gap there. Our first 2 to go through to the final. So at the moment it is Polyansky and Horry sitting in those places. Our third place sculler from Uzbekistan, Kolmarod, only 20 years old, so one of the younger scullers going around in the men's PR, in this particular heat for the men's PR1 single sculls. He's sitting in third place, and then back to Garcia Martinez and Zeelenberg from the Netherlands, as we just see Polyansky going through the 1,500 metres, still sitting very comfortably out in the lead. The reigning world and Paralympic champion, and he'll be looking to add to those in Paris this year.
So really fantastic racing from the Paris scullers here. 2 to qualify, as we mentioned, Ukraine and Australia leading it out here, coming down with just over 500. The rest of the crews coming through there. So it is Polyansky in full control here, Eric Horry in second place. And as we were saying, that young sculler then from Uzbekistan just in third at the moment, and it'll be interesting to see how he fares when he comes through the repechages to get into that A final. So the remaining scullers then, Garcia Martinez and Zeelenberg from the Netherlands, 4th and 5th at the moment, just coming up on the 1,500 metre mark down to the last quarter of the race. So Camilla, they'll be coming into view for you in a very familiar sight. Polyansky of Ukraine leading it out, coming in towards the finish and looking good for that first qualifying spot.
Yeah, Polyansky looking to stamp his authority all over this opening heat of the PR1 men's singles sculls. We first saw him on the scene in 2015, and he's not looked back, having collected a whole heap, a whole cabinet of medals, as you were describing, and most often on top of the podium. And he's already well in front of the grandstands here in Lucerne, and with an ocean of clear water behind him, back to our second place sculler, which is Eric Horry, back here again, the 5-time world champion, is trying his best to stay in that second spot, and I think has done enough through the first 3 quarters of this race to stay ahead of third place currently, Kolmarod of Uzbekistan. And those top 3 in turn have about 100 metres, I would say, over the qualifier from the European Continental Paralympic Regatta. That was Garcia Martinez of Spain. He slots into 4th ahead of Zeelenberg of the Netherlands.
Nach rund 50 Meter für den amtierenden Weltmeister im Pr1 Männer-Einer, für Roman Polyansky. Er gewinnt diesen ersten Vorlauf im Pr1 Männer-Einer deutlich, und dahinter fährt bald Eric Horry aus Australien über die Ziellinie. Er kann hier den 2. Platz sichern und damit auch eine A-Final-Qualifikation.
Two absolute giants of the sport crossing the line in first and second. Polyansky and Horry will take those top two spots through to the A final on Sunday. Going via the repechage, it is going to be Komarov of Uzbekistan, who has really taken the rating right down now, 25 strokes a minute, just really using the recovery well, as he will have to race that additional race in the repechage. So every single little bit of energy that you can conserve at this point, in the knowledge that the repechage awaits, is needed. And then finally, the last few crews trickling through now. It will be Garcia Martinez joining him in the repechage of Spain. 3 strokes to go until he crosses the line. And then finally, just looking back to Zeelenberg, who comes in front of the big screen, in front of the grandstands here for the Netherlands in lane 3 in this first heat of the PR1 men's single sculls. Heat 2 now of the PR1 men's single sculls. Same progression system, top 2 through to the A final. In lane 1, Ramani of Tunisia. In lane 2, Andrew Mangan of the USA. Giacomo Perini of Italy in 3. Shmuel Daniel of Israel in lane 4. And Takuya Mori of Japan in lane 5.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Pr1 Männer-Einer haben wir Tunesien, die USA, Italien, Israel und Japan auf der Strecke. Nach 500 geruderten Meter war es Giacomo Perini aus Italien, welcher am schnellsten da vorbeigerudert ist. Der Vize-Weltmeister vom letzten Jahr und auch von 2022 unterstreicht hier seine gute Form und führt kurz vor der 1000-Meter-Marke dieses Rennen deutlich an vor dem Ruderer aus Israel, Shmuel Daniel.
Well, we're coming down to the 1,000-meter marker now, and Richie Perini going at some pace, 40 strokes a minute approaching you.
Yeah, racing it like it's a 500-meter sprint regatta. We see this time and time again from Perini. He likes to get out to an early lead, hold on to it, but doesn't take the pace off at all and keeps that high rating. She's just come through the 1,000 metre mark there in 4:24, leading it out with Clearwater ahead of Shmuel Daniel, the second sculler coming up on the 1,000 metre mark. Slightly lower rate from Shmuel, but very much in control of that second qualifying spot. Clearwater then back to Takura Mori of Japan in third place ahead of Andrew Mangan and Maher Ramani of Tunisia. They're the 3, 4 and 5 just coming up on the 1,000 metre mark now. We're just watching Takura Mori. He has just a little bit of clear water ahead of the USA sculler coming in to the 1,000 metre mark.
Die 1000-Meter-Marke ist überquert, vor allem für die führenden Boote. Jacopo Perini mit einer hohen Schlagzahl führte dieses Feld an und es dürfte schwierig sein, ihn noch von diesem ersten Platz zu verdrängen. Aber an zweiter Stelle dann ebenfalls ein Bekannter hier im Feld, Shmuel Daniel aus Israel. Diese beiden Boote dürften wahrscheinlich die Qualifikation für den Final A bereits heute Morgen erreichen. Dann an dritter Stelle haben wir den Japaner Takuya Mori, Vierter der US-Amerikaner Andrew Mangan und am Schluss des Feldes Maher Ramani aus Tunesien.
So Giacomo Perini still in the lead, coming up towards the 1,250 metre mark. A lot of clear water between himself and Shmuel Daniel. These rowers are the PR1, so they are the rowers with minimal or no trunk function, and they'll primarily propel the boat through arm and shoulder function. So key thing with the boats in the PR1 is that you will see them with the pontoons on either side, and also they are strapped into their boats as well to help them with their balance, so as that they don't come out. But certainly Giacomo Perini looking very comfortable out in front at the moment through 1,300 metres now, rating 40, so as Richie said, still keeping that rate up, still making sure that he holds on to that lead ahead of Shmuel Daniel from Israel in second place. And then again, some clear water back then to Takuya Mori from Japan, Andrew Mangan from the USA, and Maher Ramani from Tunisia.
So it's going with form here when we see Perini and Daniel leading it out 1 and 2, looking good to secure those qualifying spots to join Ukraine and Australia from the previous heat directly into the final. The other scullers going to have to go through the repechage, and I think we might have seen some of them go through and take the little bit of pace off and hold back for that final qualifying that they're going to have to through in the repechages. So no doubt about the leaders there, Perini and Shmuel Daniel and Giacomo Perini. They're the 1 and 2 looking to join Ukraine and Australia and secure those spots. So as they come into view for you, Camilla in full control, how familiar a sight it is for us to see Perini coming in towards the finish, leading it out with clear water.
Indeed, and he was another one of those athletes that really surprised everyone, I think, when he burst onto the scene at the second World Cup of the season in 2022 by taking a win just 2 years ago. And look how far we've come. He's now probably one of the favourite contenders for a Paralympic medal in Paris later on this summer in this category. And like you say, a familiar sight. However, what is not a familiar sight is him to be right down at 27 strokes a minute. He's dropped the rating now into this final 500 metres, very different from that 40 strokes a minute we saw for the first 1,500 metres. And I think he is very satisfied with the fact that he has the lead in this opening heat. Then Daniel of Israel, he takes second place at the moment, 29 strokes a minute for him coming into the final quarter. And then they are tailed by the Japanese sculler in lane 5, Mori Takuya.
Ja, Giacomo Perini aus Italien muss nun nicht mehr ganz an seine Grenzen gehen. Er ist mit der Schlagzahl runter auf 27 gekommen, muss nur noch rund 200 Meter zurücklegen und dann ist er im Ziel. Wirklich mit langen, kraftvollen Schlägen kann er nun diese letzten Meter noch genießen. Die Bedingungen hier fantastisch auf dem Rotsee, spiegelglattes Wasser, also alles perfekt läuft es für Giacomo Perini. Der Vize-Weltmeister vom Vorjahr hat sich hohe Ziele gesetzt für dieses Jahr und unterstreicht dies schon mal hier mit einer dominanten Leistung in diesem zweiten Vorlauf im PR1 Männer Einer. Dahinter fährt der Israeli Shmuel Daniel auf den zweiten Platz. Diese beiden Boote werden sich direkt qualifizieren für das A-Finale zusammen mit der Ukraine und Australien.
So joining the two scullers from the first heat that have qualified directly through to that A final on Sunday. It is almost undoubtedly going to be Giacomo Perini, 2 strokes out from the line for Italy. A much closer finish here than it was at 1,000 metres, and I think lowering that rate for the Italian into the final quarter has just closed the gap somewhat for Daniel of Israel to take that second spot through to the A final, but very comfortable indeed ahead of one of the competitors we saw at last weekend's FOPQR, Andrew Mangan of the USA. He unfortunately doesn't have a ticket to this Paralympic Games, but still out here on the Rotsee, taking it to the competition and finishing in 3rd place overall in this second heat. And then finally, it will be Japan and Tunisia to complete this round of the PR1 men's single sculls. Next on the course, we have our first preliminary race. This is in the PR2 mixed double sculls. 4 crews contending. All of them we will see again in the final. And in lane 1, lining up, we have the Netherlands, Esther van der Loos and Corne de Koning. In lane 2 for Ukraine, Anna Isanova and Iroslav Koida. In lane 3, we've got Poland's Jolanta Majka and Mikhail Gadowski. And in lane 4 for Israel, Shahar Milfelder and Sela Shaheen.
Wir haben nun ein Bahnverteilungsrennen im Pr2 Mixed-Doppelzweier und die Niederlande, Ukraine, Polen und Israel kämpfen hier darum, wer die besten Bahnen dann für das Finale bekommt. Die Boote sind nun bei der 800-Meter-Marke und das Boot aus Israel führt dieses Rennen an mit einer knappen Länge vor dem Boot aus Polen, vor der Bronzemedaillengewinner von der WM 2023.
Well, they're already past 800 metres, and this looks like a reasonably close race, Richie.
Yeah, just a couple of lengths separating first to fourth in this preliminary race. There's no one taking it easy on the first outing for them in this regatta. They're coming up on the 1,000 metre mark, coming through 500. It was the Israeli crew leading it out ahead of Poland in second place, Ukraine third, and Netherlands back in fourth. Not much has changed coming up on the 1,000 metre mark. Very similar boat speeds, contrasting stroke rates some of the times with the pushes being put on, but up at 35, 36 strokes per minute as they come through. through the 1,000 metre mark. Israel leading it out. They just have a 1 length lead over Poland in second, who have about a length lead over the Dutch. And now we're just seeing the Ukrainian crew put a nice push on here, coming through the 1,000 metre mark, looking to challenge for third place up against the Dutch crew.
Bei der 1000 Meter Marke hat das israelische Boot die Führung immer noch inne, und zwar mit gut einer Länge Vorsprung vor Polen. Die Israelis waren ja Fünfte an der letztjährigen WM und die Polen Dritte. Also im Moment hat sich die Führung gedreht. Also es sind jetzt die Israelis, die vor den Polen rudern, aber ganz knapp dahinter, nur etwa mit einer Länge zurück, Ukraine und die Niederlande. Und im Boot der Niederlande sitzt der Cornelis de Koning, ein Star in dieser Bootsklasse. Und sie haben jetzt den 3. Platz von der Ukraine übernommen.
So the Israelis still with the lead. Milfelder and Shahin taking that confidence from finishing second and qualifying at the final qualification regatta here at Lucerne only a few days ago. So they are leading through the 1,000. They've led through the 500. They've led through the 1,000. But as Richie said, there's not much to pick between the rest of the crews. So we've got only about a boat length back to Poland in third place, and then back to the Netherlands and Ukraine, who are battling it out for third and fourth place at the moment. This is the Pr2 mixed double sculls. So with the Pr2, these are rowers with functional use of the trunk and arms and trunk, but have a weakness or absence of leg function, which means that they don't slide the seat. So you generally won't see the pontoons on these boats, but they will have the fixed seats, so they are predominantly using their arms and also their trunks to be able to power the boat down the course. So coming up now towards 1,500, it's still the Israelis with that lead, but again, not by much, Richie.
Yeah, they're still holding on to it here, but there's a challenge, I'd say, going to come, and I have to say the crews that are in second, third and fourth within a length of each other, so they're pushing each other on here. As they came through 1,000 metres, we were watching the Ukrainian crew put a little bit of pressure onto the crew from the Netherlands, and they've now moved into third place. So Ukraine, just in the last few hundred metres, have now moved into third, ahead of the crew from the Netherlands. So as they come through 1,500, still Israel leading it out ahead of Poland, Ukraine now in third, and Netherlands back in fourth. And really competitive here, even though it is that preliminary race that we spoke about. A lot of quality rowers here, and they're obviously looking to get a really good race under the belts here and get some experience in this regatta. So they're powering their way down towards the finish here. Really nice rowing from the crew from Israel. They've led from the start, as we said. Poland holding on to second place. Ukraine on the charge here. And Camilla, as they come in towards the finish, it looks like it's still Israel leading it out, but all to play for second, third and fourth down to the last few hundred.
Yeah, you're right. I think Israel have built on that confidence. They're not tired, having competed last weekend at the final Paralympic qualifiers, but in fact, they've used it to put the wind under their sails and fly ahead here of the remainder of the competition, who are also going to be joining them at Paris at the Paralympic Games this summer. All 4 of these crews have managed to punch their ticket to the Games, and they've really shows. And I think with every race that ticks down, it's opportunity for competition to show that you are going to be on top come that race in Versailles in August this year.
Ja, die beiden Ruderer aus Israel, sie haben hier die Führung inne, aber dahinter ist alles noch sehr nahe beisammen. Alle 4 Boote sind schon bereits für die Paralympischen Spiele in Paris qualifiziert. Also hier geht es wirklich darum, an dieser Regatta zu zeigen, wer hier die besten Chancen hat, dann in Paris auch erfolgreich zu sein. Israel wird dieses Rennen machen, aber dahinter ist noch alles offen.
Wow, putting on a show for us here in this preliminary. Israel out in front by about a length, but here come Ukraine. They are charging through the centre here. What a sprint from them to go half a length up on Poland in this prelim. It's going to be Israel 1 length up on Ukraine. Poland a canvas ahead of the Netherlands, and that is a real taster for Sunday's final in this PR2 mixed double sculls. Barely 2 lengths covering the entire field. What a race to start off the weekend.
Was uns bewegt. Expertise ohne Ende.
We're now on the course with the preliminary race in the Pr3 mixed double sculls. 4 crews that we will see all contesting again in the final. But this first run out in lane 1, we've got Egypt. In lane 2, Ukraine. In lane 3, Germany. And in lane 4, Mexico.
Wir kommen zum Pr3 Mixed Doppelzweier mit Ägypten, Ukraine, Deutschland und Mexiko am Start. Und bei der 500-Meter-Marke waren es die Deutschen, welche einen Vorsprung von 3 Sekunden herausrudern konnten auf die Ukraine. Die Ukraine, erst gerade am letzten Dienstag haben sie ihr Ticket für Paris gesichert, jetzt schon wieder am Start und schon wieder gut im Rennen, in diesem Bahnverteilungsrennen im Pr3 Mixed Doppelzweier.
So in this new Paralympic event that we'll be seeing contested in Paris later on this summer, it's currently Germany in this preliminary race out in front, 850 metres gone. Jan Hemlich and Hermione Krumbein are the current race leaders. But as I say before, all of these crews will be contesting again in the final. And it was a very successful week for the Ukrainians, Richie.
Yeah, getting that qualifying spot, so they have secured their position in to the Paralympics. We're just watching the German crew now. German sculling doing really well. We see a lot of their smaller boats very successful this season. They've just come through the 1,000 metre mark. Really interesting as well that the stroke Hermione Krumbein is racing in the single as well. Doubling up here, and the Ukrainian crew in second place as well, just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. They're the 1 and 2. There's clear water between them and then the chasing pack that are coming up between the crew from Egypt in third, well ahead then of the Mexican crew. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4 coming through 1,000.
Die 1000 Meter Marke ist bereits überquert durch die führende Mannschaft aus Deutschland mit Hermine Krumbein und Jan Hellmich. Jan Hellmich ist ein neuer Bootspartner für Hermine Krumbein. Sie war letztes Jahr bereits 5. an der WM und die beiden sind zusammen 2. an der Europameisterschaft in diesem Jahr geworden. An zweiter Stelle dann doch mit schon 2 Längen zurück im Minimum die Ukraine mit Daria Kotik und Stanislav Samolyuk. Am Schluss des Feldes dann das ägyptische Boot und noch einmal etwa 3 Längen zurück Mexiko.
So our rowers our leaders coming up towards the 1,400 metre mark. It is the Germans still with the lead ahead of Ukraine, Egypt and Mexico. This is the PR3, so it's for rowers with residual function in the legs, which allows them to slide the seat. Also includes athletes with vision impairments, and also, as we just hear, plenty of planes flying overhead at the moment here at Rozzi. But it also includes people with hand differences as well. So you'll see a few people sometimes without missing hands or missing at least 3 full fingers, something similar to that. Now, what you can do with the para races as well is that you can actually row up. So for the Mexican crew of Angeles Gutierrez and Miguel Nieto Carpio, they'll actually be rowing in the Pr2 men's and women's single sculls. We'll see those coming up a little bit later on today. Also doubling up is Stanislav Samolyuk from Ukraine. He'll be in the Pr3 men's pairs. We'll see that towards the end of racing today. So a few people doubling up in those races, but it's still the Germans leading Ukraine by plenty of clear water.
Yeah, down now to the last quarter for the Germans. They're leading it out. They've extended the lead through each of the timing markers at 500, 1,000 and 1,500. They're in full control here and can look left and right and see any challenges that are coming with. But so much clear water back to the Ukrainians in second. Those two leading it out, and we're just waiting for the Egyptian crew coming through the 1,500 metre mark now, and Mexico. Very little between Egypt and Mexico, so real battle on there as they come down to the last quarter. Just this is the preliminary race, of course, so no positions and other than lane positions to race for here, but the Germans still pushing on as they come down to the last few hundred metres here, in full control ahead of Ukraine. And then Camilla, it is going to be that battle for third and fourth between the Egyptian and Mexican crew. The Egyptian crew in third place for most of the course coming down, but the Mexicans putting on a squeeze and coming back into contention, and maybe we'll get a photo finish race for third and fourth here in between Mexico and Egypt.
Yeah, putting on a show out here on the water. Mexico trying to make that charging sprint, but Germany also out in front, and they are really motoring now. They're up at 36 strokes a minute, and whilst this is coming in front of us here in the tower, we're also having a show put on by the military planes that are performing ahead of us in the skies. It's making for some great atmosphere here in Lucerne, but the Germans will cross the line at the lead of this preliminary race. It will be Hemlich and Krumbein with somewhat 5-6 lengths of clear water back to Kotick and Samolyuk, who qualified, as you mentioned, on Tuesday for the games in Paris. Then that race going on at the back of the field, still ever so tight here between Mexico and Egypt. You mentioned Mexico trying to push back, but I think Egypt responding now as they come into the final 100 metres.
In diesem Bahnverteilungsrennen im Pr3 Mixed Doppel-Zweier war es Deutschland mit einer dominanten Leistung. Sie haben sich hier diesen Sieg gesichert und werden dann am Sonntag auch wieder in einer Mittelbahn fahren neben der Ukraine. Dahinter gibt es noch Hochspannung, wenn es um den Platz 3 und 4 geht. Momentan ist es Mexiko, welche hier eine knappe Länge Vorsprung ins Ziel bringen können.
Well, that final push really paying off for Mexico. They came right back again just when I thought Egypt were the ones that were going to take it. It was indeed Mexico pushing through to third place by 3/4 of a length over Egypt. And that concludes the preliminary race for the PR3 mixed double sculls. The next race on the course is the first heat of the lightweight women's single sculls, with one boat going through to the A final. In lane 1, Siobhan McCrohan of Ireland. In lane 2, Olivia Bates of Great Britain. Nicole Yazan of Uruguay in lane 3. Chika Yonezawa of Japan in lane 4. Kristina Neuhotova in lane 5 for Czechia. And in lane 6, Tosca Kettler for the Netherlands.
Wir kommen zum ersten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsfrauen einer. Wir haben Irland, Großbritannien, Uruguay, Japan, Tschechien und die Niederlande auf der Strecke. Bei der 800-Meter-Marke ist es Irland vor Großbritannien, wer hier dieses Rennen anführt. Großbritannien mit Olivia Bates, sie an der EM ausnahmsweise im Doppelzweier unterwegs, hat dort den 4. Rang belegt, jetzt zurück im Einer und sie versucht hier natürlich möglichst dieses Rennen zu gewinnen, um eine direkte A-Finalqualifikation zu erhalten.
Well, at halfway, I know a very happy Irishman who will be pleased to hear that Siobhan McCrohan of Ireland out at the front of this field.
I'd be doing an Irish jig, but I don't think the scaffolding here could hold on to it. Maybe I'll save it for the final. Leading it out, as you said, it is Siobhan McCrohan. She's just got about 2 lengths of clear water back to Liv Bates in second place. They're the 1 and 2, but just 1 to qualify. So you can see the tactics for McCrohan of Ireland here. She wants to get that 1 qualifying spot, not having to go through the repêchages. So she's leading just by a length and a bit of clear water back to Liv Bates in second place. In third, then it's Tosca Kettler in third, ahead of Neuhortova of Czechia, Yonizawa of Japan in fifth, and then Yarzan of Uruguay in sixth. And all these competitors back in third, fourth, fifth and sixth, just about a length and a half separating them. So really close racing here, but with that 1 qualifying spot looking good so far from McCrohan of Ireland.
Es sieht gut aus für Siobhan McCrohan aus Irland, die ja im letzten Jahr Weltmeisterin wurde. Sie führt mit gut einer Länge oder 1,5 Längen Vorsprung auf Olivia Bates aus Großbritannien, die den ersten Weltcup in diesem Jahr gewonnen hat. Dann an 3. Stelle rudert Tosca Kettler aus den Niederlanden, 4. dann Neuhortova aus der Tschechoslowakei, 5. Yonezawa aus Japan und am Schluss des Feldes haben wir die Ruderin aus Uruguay, Nicole Yarzon. Aber es wird sich zeigen, ob Siobhan McCrohan den Vorsprung verhalten kann oder noch von Olivia Bates angegriffen wird den ersten Platz in diesem Einer.
The reigning world champion in the lightweight women's single scull, Siobhan McCrohan of Ireland, still with the lead, coming up now to the 1500 metres. Olivia Bates from Great Britain sitting in second place. We saw her team up with Imogen Grant in the lightweight women's double scull at the European Championships at Szeged recently. She's back in the single scull for this race, sitting comfortably in second place, but unfortunately only the first to go directly through to the A final, with the rest going through to the repechage. As we see Siobhan just passing the 1500 metre timing point. She was half a second ahead of Olivia Bates at the 500, 3.5 at the 1000, and then 6.5 at the 1500 metres. And then back behind them, it's a fantastic little battle going on for the minor placing. So Tosca Kettler from the Netherlands just ahead of Kristina Neuhortova from Czechia, and then Chika Yonezawa from Japan sitting in 5th place, but only a couple of seconds between 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then back a little bit further to Nicole Yarzan of Uruguay.
This is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out when we get through the repêchages with these scullers that are back in 3rd, 4th and 5th, so close to each other. But as they come in towards the run into the finish, no doubt about the leader here. Unusual to see Siobhan McCrohan leading it out. New tactics from her in previous races, and we've seen her with a storming finish. That's normally when we see her move into contention for the medals. But leading it out here from the start all the way through 500, right through to 1500, and the run into the finish, she's looking in full control here, ahead of Liv Bates. So it's looking good for that 1 qualifying spot directly into the final. McCrohan leading it out for Ireland.
Indeed, leading it out for Ireland under some dramatic scenes going on overhead. It's been pretty gobsmacking watching the Swiss Air Force PC-7 going on in the skies, doing loop-the-loops and really performing for the crowd here in Lucerne. Amazing scenes that we're seeing with these planes. But amazing scenes as well for Ireland, taking that 1 A final spot reasonably comfortably now into the Red Boys. And Siobhan McCrohan will be the only person to qualify directly through to that A final, ahead of Bates of Great Britain, Neuhortova of Czechia, and over on the far side, Kettler of the Netherlands, just managing to create some space back to Japan and Uruguay.
Ja, die Weltmeisterin aus Irland, Juba McCrohan, sie lässt hier gar nichts anbrennen. Sie fährt hier einen Sieg. Sie hat hier einen Sieg herausgerudert in 7:44:04. Hat sie die direkte A-Final-Qualifikation für morgen Tatsache gemacht. Dahinter dann Olivia Bates aus Großbritannien vor der Tschechin Kristina Neurotova.
So, final sculler over the line there in that first heat of the lightweight women's sculls will be the Uruguayan Yarzon to complete the field, but just that one sculler going through, Ireland's McCrohan in the lightweight women's singles. Heat 2 already underway now, and another sculler to find for that A final in this lightweight women's singles sculls. In lane 1, Hong Kong, China. In lane 2, the USA 1. In lane 3, France. In lane 4, Mexico. In lane 5, USA 2. And in lane 6, Norway.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Einer haben wir Hongkong, die USA, Frankreich, Mexiko. Ein zweites Boot aus den USA und Norwegen am Start. Wiederum ein Boot wird sich direkt für das A-Finale von morgen qualifizieren.
Well, they're through halfway now, and Richie, it's last year's World Championship bronze medalist out in front.
Absolutely. Sophia Lewis of USA leading it out off the start through 1,000 metres. Just about a length and a half of Clearwater, then back to Marzo of France in second place. It's the second USA sculler then. Borzen is moved from fourth into third, coming through the 1,000 metre mark. Norway back in fourth place at the moment, ahead of Mexico in fifth and Hong Kong in sixth. Very little separating all crews, with maybe just the Hong Kong sculler off the pace back in sixth at the moment as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. But again, just one crew to qualify here. You can see the tactics coming into play as Sophia Lewis of USA leads it out.
Die WM-Bronzemedaillengewinnerin vom letzten Jahr, Sophia Lewis aus der USA, führt dieses Rennen mit 2,5 Längen Vorsprung an auf die Französin Aurélie Morisot, die ja bereits an der Europameisterschaft den 4. Rang geholt hatte. In diesem Jahr dann haben wir an dritter Stelle die zweite US-Amerikanerin Adriana Burson, dann vierte die Mexikanerin Kenia Lechuga, die ja letztes Jahr sogar zweite an den Weltmeisterschaften wurde. Am Schluss des Feldes dann die Norwegerin Maja Lund und ganz am Schluss des Feldes Wing Leong aus Hongkong.
So the American sculler Sophia Lewis still out in front. She's led from the start, looking very comfortable out there at the moment, and about 35 metres, 30-odd metres. Back then to the second American sculler, Adriana Borsen, sitting in second place at the moment as we just see them coming through that 1,500 metre timing point. And then it's not a lot to pick between her and then Aurélie Morisot from France, and then back to Maya Emily Lund from Norway as well. And then Kenia Lechuga from Mexico. She's the reigning silver medalist in the lightweight women's single scull, but she is back in fifth place at the moment behind the reigning bronze medalist in the women's single scull, Sophia Lewis, with that lead at the moment, heading now through 1750.
So coming into the run, into the finish, one crew to qualify here. We said Sophia Lewis led from the start all the way through. A little bit of jostling for positions then to second down all the way to sixth place. We're now seeing Borsen of the USA moving from fourth into third, now in second place ahead of the Norwegian sculler, who again moved from fifth to fourth to third. So the early second place sculler from France now back in fourth place and maybe holding off, knowing that those repêchages are coming into play for the remaining scullers. But Camilla, coming into view for you now, great to see Sophia Lewis, bronze medalist as we mentioned from last year's World Championships, looking to secure that first qualifying spot along with Siobhan McCrohan of Ireland from the previous heat.
Yeah, we've not seen Lewis yet this season competing on the world rowing stage, but she's come back with a bang and with that one A final spot through a rather tough progression system. And I think, as you mentioned, some of the scullers falling back through the field, perhaps to conserve energy, the likes of Morisot of France wanting to save everything that they have for the repêchage. But that's allowed the resurgence of Borsen of the USA wanting to make it an American 1-2 here in this second heat. And then in third place, current currently it is Lund of Norway.
Ja, die Amerikanerin Sophia Lewis, sie fährt in diesem Moment über die Ziellinie und gewinnt hier diesen zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Einer und damit hat sie auch die Finalqualifikation auf sicher auf dem zweiten Platz, ebenfalls aus den USA, Adriana Wörson und dann auf Rang 3 die Norwegerin. Die 3 ersten Boote in diesem zweiten Vorlauf.
The race is really coming down thick and fast now, barely an opportunity for us to catch our breath. And it's now the lightweight men's single sculls at halfway. In lane 1, Italy. In lane 2, Japan. In lane 3, France. In lane 4, the USA. And in lane 5, Hong Kong, China 2.
Im ersten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsmänner-Einer, da haben wir Italien, Japan, Frankreich, die USA und Hongkong 2 mittlerweile schon über die 1000-Meter-Marke gerudert.
Well, Richie, it looks like you've got a close one coming past you here.
Absolutely, a real humdinger of a race here. Very little change up at the lead with Saviet of France coming off the 500-metre mark in 1,000, leading it out, but not having it his own way because Patrick Ruck of Italy and Zachary Hess of USA very much in contention between second, third, fourth and fifth. There's probably just a length and a half separating them out with 2 crews to qualify here. It's all to play for down to the second half of the race here. Leading through the 1,000-metre mark, it is Saviet of France just holding off the challenge at the moment of the Italian sculler, but with Rock and Hess right beside each other and Nishimori still in striking distance, all to play for that second qualifying spot.
Es ist noch gar nichts entschieden diese 2 Plätze für das A-Finale. Im Moment führt immer noch Baptiste Savet aus Frankreich, aber er wird hart bedrängt vom Italiener Patrick Rucek und vom US-Amerikaner Zachary Hess. Aber auch der Japaner Mitsuo Nishimura ist immer noch im Rennen. Also diese 4 Ruder werden noch die 2 Finalplätze untereinander ausmachen. Am Schluss des Feldes Chantiklun aus Hongkong.
Baptiste Savier from France with the lead through the 500, through the 1,000, but the big push is coming from the American sculler, Zachary Hess. He was sitting in 5th at the 500, 3rd at the 1,000, now up into second, just 0.36 of a second between first and second through that 1,500-metre timing point. Then back to Patrick Rocek. We saw him win World Cup 1 over in Varese earlier this season, and then back a little bit further to Mitsuo Nishimura, and then to the Hong Kong sculler, Tik Lung Chang. So that's through the 1,500 metres. It looks to be France and the USA, our 1 and 2 at the moment. But certainly the Italian sculler, Patrick Rocek, not to be counted out with a big sprint towards the end there.
Absolutely, and he's an informed sculler, as you mentioned, winning in World Cup 1 as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out with 2 crews to qualify here down to the last few hundred metres. Still leaving it out just about at Saviet ahead of the sculler from USA. Hess in second place, done really well to get back into contention, as we said, moving from 5th to 3rd and into 2nd now, looking to secure that second qualifying spot. The big question is, what has got Rock yet left in the tank to see if he can get that qualifying spot, or is he going to have to go through the repechages? So down now to the last 200, 300 metres to go. Still leading it out at the moment, it is France. He's done really well there, Baptiste Saviet, holding off the challenges that have come from the USA, Italy, Japan and Hong Kong. Japan and Hong Kong just in the last few hundred metres backing off the pace now. So it's down to a 3-boat race for 2 qualifying spot. Saviet looking good. All about Hess in the last few hundred metres. Big question, Camilla, can Rocek get back into contention?
Oh, Rocek trying to do what the Italians do best, which is fire up a charge. But unfortunately, I think he's realised that it's out of grasping distance. He's taken the rating right down now, 28 strokes a minute. So it was not going to come to fruition. But over the line, Saverte of France, half a length ahead of the USA's Hess. It will then be 3rd place for Japan. It's Nishimura ahead of Rocek, who you saw trying to put in that great final 500, but falling shy. It's then going to be Hong Kong, China 2's Chantiklun that crosses the line finally in this lightweight men's single sculls. We're already at 800 metres now in the second heat of the lightweight men's single sculls. Top 2 to progress through to the A final. 5 scullers going for those 2 places. In lane 1, it's Belgium's Marlon Colpert. In lane 2, it is Azerbaijan's Zia Mamadzada. In lane 3, Chu Hin-chun of Hong Kong, China. In lane 4, Shakod Normatov of Uzbekistan. And in lane 5, Arno Gauss for Germany.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsmänner-Einer haben wir Belgien, Aserbaidschan, Hongkong, Usbekistan und Deutschland. Auch hier haben wir 2 Plätze zu vergeben für die direkte A-Final-Qualifikation. Und es stellt sich natürlich die Frage, wer da zu Frankreich und zu den USA ebenfalls morgen ebenfalls für das morgige Finale sich direkt qualifizieren wird.
Through 1,000 metres, Chu Hin-chun of Hong Kong, China, not showing any signs, Richie, of tired legs from this the previous weekend's final Olympic qualification regatta.
No, he's looking quite fresh here coming through the 1,000 metres, leading it out at the moment ahead of Belgium in second place. The early leader, Uzbekistan, back in third. Germany back in fourth, and Azerbaijan a little bit off the pace in fifth place as well. The Hong Kong sculler also racing in the double here, so a lot of racing to get through from the previous qualifying regatta that he competed in, as well as racing both the single and the double here. But he's leading it out. He had a length of clear water coming through ahead of Belgium in second place. Uzbekistan, as I said, in third, the early leader. They were the 1 and 2 and 3, and it looks like they're the 3 that are in contention for those 2 qualifying spots.
Chu Hin-chun führt dieses Rennen immer noch deutlich, also nicht deutlich an, aber mit gut einer Länge Vorsprung auf den Belgier Marlon Colpart. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle Usbekistan, dann Aserbaidschan und Deutschland praktisch auf gleicher Höhe. Also hier dürfte sich noch einiges verändern, aber in Führung immer noch Chu Hin-chun vor dem Belgien Marlon Colpart.
So coming up to the 1,500 metres, it's still the Hong Kong sculler, Hing Chung Chiu, sitting out in front at the moment, but there's a definite battle going on for that second qualification position. Marlon Colpart from Belgium sitting in second, and then he's got a bit over a boat length lead ahead of the Uzbekistani sculler Nurmatov and then the German sculler Gauss. So we're just seeing them coming up now to the 1,500 metres. It's still Chiu from Hong Kong with that lead. 2.5 seconds back to Colpart from Belgium, and then probably about 4 seconds back then to Gauss from Germany and then Nurmatov from Uzbekistan. So the first 2 qualification positions just starting to settle down a little bit. And then Mamadzada from Azerbaijan sitting in 5th place at the moment, certainly out of it so far as qualification directly through to the A final. So it's Hong Kong leading out Belgium at the moment.
Yeah, so it's just settled down in the last few hundred metres. As they came through 1,000, there was 4 scullers battling for those 2 qualifying spots. Now in the last few hundred metres, Chu of Hong Kong doing enough to secure the lead here ahead of Colpart of Belgium. They're the 1 and 2, opening up now more of a clear water lead ahead of Gauss and Normatov. Normatov, the early leader off of 500, now back in 4th place. So I think it's going to be Germany, Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan going through the repechage to try get into the finals. No doubt about the leaders here, though. They'll be coming into sight of the finish line soon. Really nice rowing from Chu of Hong Kong. Took control of the race through the 1,000 metre mark and has continued to open up clear water, taking with them Colpart of Belgium. They're the 1 or 2, looking good to join France and USA here, Camilla, into the final of the lightweight men's single sculls.
Yeah, and these places into the A final, very valuable when it comes to the lightweight men's single sculls. Their A finals are tomorrow, so not much of a turnaround time. And so therefore, Chu Hin-chun of Hong Kong, China is going to be a very, well, I say lucky. You create your own luck. He's out here at the front of the field trying to book himself that direct ticket through to the A final. Clearwater up on Belgium's Marlon Colpart in second place, and it will be over on the far side. Gauss of Germany missing out on that direct qualification.
Hongkong und Belgien werden sich hier direkt für das A-Finale qualifizieren. Über den Hoffnungslauf muss Aserbaidschan, Usbekistan und auch der deutsche Arno Gauss gehen, damit sie morgen vielleicht doch noch im A-Finale fahren können.
So the remainder of those scullers going through to the repechage: Germany, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan. The first heat of the women's pairs now at 800 metres gone. 5 crews competing for 3 spots through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Hong Kong, China. In lane 2, the Netherlands 1. In lane 3, the Netherlands 2. In lane 4, Greece. And in lane 5, Czechia.
Wir kommen zum Frauenzweier ohne, und zwar zum ersten Vorlauf mit Hongkong, Niederlande, nochmals Niederlande, Griechenland und Tschechien. Bei der 800-Meter-Marke kurz vor 1000 ist es das Weltmeisterboot aus den Niederlanden, welches dieses Rennen hier anführt. Die ersten 3 Boote, sie qualifizieren sich direkt für das Halbfinale AB.
It's the world champions Clavering and Meester for the Netherlands that hit that halfway marker, Richie, in the leading position.
They've just about a half a length of clear water back to the young Greek crew in second place, silver medalists from the Europeans last time out. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. And then it was a close contest for that third qualifying spot between the crews from Czechia and Netherlands 2. But just in the last few hundred metres, Netherlands 2 moving back off the pace now. So Czechia looking good there. Hong Kong, China back off, well off the pace in 5th place at the moment. So through 1,000 metres, nothing changed up at the front. Netherlands 1. Leading it out with Greece. They're the 1 and 2, just ahead of Czechia, back in 3rd place.
Holland 1 führt dieses Rennen bei der 1200 Meter Marke an, und zwar mit einer hohen Schlagzahl von 38. Dann haben wir an 2. Stelle liegend das griechische Boot, das ja bereits bei der Europameisterschaft 2. wurde, und dann an 3. Stelle das 2. holländische Boot, das ganz noch in einem großen Kampf verwickelt ist mit den Tschechen. Also hier ist noch nicht entschieden, ob das tschechische Boot oder das holländische Boot diesen 3. Platz für den Halbfinal holen werden. An 1. Stelle aber ganz klar Niederlande 1 vor Griechenland.
So the Netherlands 1 crew still with that lead. They are the reigning world champions. They are silver medalists in the women's 4 at the Tokyo Olympic Games. So they will be looking to upgrade that into a gold in the women's pair at Paris. And certainly looking very good at the moment. Very comfortable out in front indeed. The Greek crew sitting in 2nd place at the moment, and then about 10 metres back to the crew from Czechia. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. Coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. It's the first 3 to go through to the semi-finals, with the rest going through to the repechage. So as things stand through the 1,500 metres, we've got the 2nd Dutch crew, that is Ilse Kolkman and Wilmijn Mulder. They'll go through to the repechage, as will the crew from Hong Kong, China, sitting in 5th place at the moment. But the Netherlands 1 crew, the reigning world champions, out in front. Greece in 2nd, Czechia in 3rd.
So with a total of 14 crews racing in the women's pair, we do have semi-finals, so an extra race compared to the previous heats where we saw just 1 crew qualifying directly into a final. Here in the women's pairs, a lot of chances to get through. So top 3 going through to the semi-finals, and as we were saying, leading it out from the start. Netherlands 1 ahead of Greece, Czechia in 3rd place. They're coming into the last few hundred metres, no doubt about them, and it's a little bit further back than to Netherlands and Hong Kong, China. They're going to have to go through the repechage to see if they can get into the semi-finals. But a very familiar sight yet again, Camilla, when we're seeing that Clavering and Meester leading a race out down towards the finish.
Yeah, Clavering and Meester have kind of picked up the mantle in this women's pair after the dominant Olympiad we saw from the Kiwis on the run-up to Tokyo. They've moved into this boat type and made it their own, and they've been unbeaten since last year's World Championships on the World Rowing stage, having picked up both that World Championship gold medal and also featuring at Varese this year atop the podium. So the Dutch are certainly the ones to beat here this weekend in Lucerne, and they will be the first down the track in this women's pair heat, with clear water ahead of the Greeks, who have been a fearsome combination. Anastasiadou and Brompu have been pretty formidable here, and they are really ratcheting up the rating. 38 strokes a minute to stay ahead of Czechia into the closing stages. Both crews will progress directly through to that semi-final that will take place just before 9:30 tomorrow morning, and with 3 spots through. Quite a kind progression system. 3 out of the 5 crews going directly through to that semi-final.
Es ist das erste Boot aus den Niederlanden mit Clavering und Meester, welche sie den Sieg sichern in diesem ersten Vorlauf im Frauenzweier ohne vor Griechenland und Tschechien. Die 3 Boote qualifizieren sich für das Halbfinale AB.
as the final crew crosses the line. In the previous heat, we've got heat 2 of the women's pairs motoring down the course at just gone 800 metres. In lane 1, Australia 2. In lane 2, Ireland. In lane 3, USA 1. In lane 4, Chile. And in lane 5, New Zealand.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Frauen-Zweierone haben wir Australien, das zweite Boot, Irland, USA, Chile und Neuseeland.
So quite a close race coming up to the halfway marker here. But Richie, once again, I'm pretty sure you'll have a smile on your face with Pr2 and Pr3 out in front.
Yeah, Pr2 and Pr3 leading it out just at an inch or two of clear water back to Australia 2 in second place at the moment. They're the 1 and 2 as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. Oh, sorry, it was actually USA in second place ahead of Chile back in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3, but very little again separating second, third and fourth here. The USA moving from third into second, Chile moving from fourth into third, and it's the Australian 2 crew who were in second now back in fourth place and in danger of not advancing onto the semi-final. So really impressive from the Irish leading it out here, just opening up that little couple of inches of clear water, but it's all to play for the second qualifying and third qualifying spots between USA, Chile and Australia too.
Die Irinnen führen dieses Rennen bei 1200 Meter mit einer Länge Vorsprung auf USA 1 an. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle im Moment das Boot aus der Tschechischen Republik. Vierte dann Australien, fünfte haben wir Chile und am Schluss des Feldes Neuseeland. Aber auf den ersten 3 Plätzen ist noch nichts entschieden. Es dürfte Irland und die USA dürften den Halbfinal erreichen, aber um den 4. Platz wird noch kräftig gekämpft, und zwar zwischen Australien 2 und Chile.
So the Irish still leading, but the Americans are starting to come through. They're sitting about 10 metres back now from the Irish in, so it's the Irish in first, USA in second place, the Chileans in third, and then the 4th and 5th crews, Australia and New Zealand. So the Australia 2 crew of Olympia Aldersley and Lily Alton-Triggs. They were part of the women's 8 that won bronze at the World Championships last year. And then the New Zealand crew of Stella Clayton-Green and Ella Cossil. New Zealand did qualify the women's pair at the final qualification regatta a couple of days ago, but that was Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. So Stella Clayton-Green and Ella Cossil, the New Zealand entry in this one, sitting in 5th place at the moment. And it's still Ireland with about a boat length lead over the USA and then back to Chile. That's our 1, 2, 3. The qualification positions looking like pretty comfortable at the moment, Richie.
Yeah, the Abraham twins from Chile just moving into third place, coming through 1,000 metres, holding on to that third qualifying spot, and they're holding off the challenge that's coming from Australia up in second place, coming through 500, but the Australian pair now back in fourth place and will have to contest the repechage along with that new combo of the New Zealand pair that are racing here in 5th place at the moment. Down to the last few hundred metres, Ireland continue to lead on and push on, but the USA, really nice challenge from them in the last quarter. They have eaten back into the lead that the Irish pair had opened up. So all to play for here, and it looks like USA trying to put down a bit of a marker here against the Irish, Camilla.
Yeah, indeed. And it's the Antipodeans in the hot seat at the moment, both in danger of missing out here at the back of the field, Australia 2 and New Zealand. But what a wonderfully timed race here by USA 1, Tchaikovsky and Tonez in the centre lane, going really toe-to-toe with Ireland, who have had to respond when perhaps they wanted to just cruise through to the line. Pr2 and Pr3 have led from the offset and still remain 3/4 of a length ahead of the Americans, who desperately sprint in front of the grandstands. But it is going to be a win here for Ireland to take them through into the AB semi-finals, 1 length up on the USA. That third spot still closely contended, but I think the Abrahams have this one in hand as they take the rating down towards the line here in Lucerne.
Es ist Irland vor den USA und Chile, welche hier dieses Rennen gewinnen im zweiten Vorlauf im Frauen-Zweierone. Auf dem 4. Rang dann Australien 2. Sie müssen in den Hoffnungslauf heute Nachmittag.
The third of 3 heats now on the course in this women's pair event, and in contention here. Spain in lane 1, the USA 2 in lane 2, in lane 3 Australia 1 and in lane 4 Great Britain.
Im dritten und letzten Vorlauf im Frauen-Zweieroni haben wir Spanien, die USA, das zweite Boot, Australien, das erste Boot und dann Großbritannien kurz vor der 1000-Meter-Marke.
Well, out in front, no surprises here, Richie, to see Morrison and McIntyre doing the job for Australia.
Yeah, they're leading it out here, just coming up on the 1,000 metre mark, looking in great form here. High rating crew coming up on the 1,000 metre mark, just opening up a little bit of clear water, then back to GB in a second place. Sorry, GB in third place is actually the Spanish crew, who have barely half a canvas. And I have to say, the GB crew putting on a push here and looking good to pass out the Spanish just in the last few strokes, moving into second. And then it's some way back to the crew from the USA. So still pushing on here, coming through 1,000 metres, leading it out. Australia 1, Morrison and McIntyre looking good. The only crew in danger of not advancing on to the semi-finals at the moment is USA.
Die beiden Australierinnen Morrison und McIntyre, die Zweiten der letztjährigen WM, führen dieses Feld ganz klar an, und zwar mit über einer Länge Vorsprung auf 2 praktisch gleich aufliegende Boote, nämlich Spanien und Großbritannien. Dann haben wir am Schluss des Feldes mit etwa 2 Längen Rückstand Rusher und Fröhlich aus der USA 2. Aber ich glaube, dass dieses Rennen noch nicht entschieden ist, denn Rusher und Fröhlich sind sehr gute Ruderer. Fröhlich war letztes Jahr im Achter Zweite bei den Weltmeisterschaften. Also, das Rennen ist nicht entschieden. Momentan wird es angeführt von Australien vor Spanien und Großbritannien.
So it's the Australians out in front at the moment, Morrison and McIntyre. They were one of the favourites for the Tokyo Olympics and unfortunately missing out after winning gold in the women's 4. They doubled up in the pairs in the semi-finals and unfortunately missed out on that, winning the B final in that event. So they've got the lead at the moment through coming up to the 1,500 metres. And then it's a nice little battle between the Spanish crew of Aina Sid and Essa Briz Zamorano, and then Chloe Brew and Rebecca Edwards from Great Britain. So the Spaniards just out in front at the moment, and then back a little bit further to the American crew sitting in 4th place. So our first 3 to go through to the semi-finals looking very comfortable at the moment. It is Australia leading Spain and Great Britain as they're coming up now through 1,600 metres.
So tough race here for the USA crew back in 4th place. They're the one crew out of these 4 that won't move into the semi-finals unless they can do something miraculous in the last few hundred metres and come back on the crews that have those top 3 spots at the moment. Australia have led from the start. There's been a slight change with Spain in 3rd place coming through 500, moving into 2nd. Just the GB crew moved into 2nd, coming through 500, back in 3rd now. But both of these pushing each other on and very much opening up that Clearwater lead, allowing them to know they have the cushion ahead of the crew from the USA back in 4th place. So down to the last few hundred, they look like the 1, 2 and 3. Very familiar sight yet again, Camilla. Morrison and McIntyre leading it out. But great to see the GB and Spanish crews pushing each other on here and staying within striking distance of the Australian pair.
Yeah, that will really boost them because this pairing, as you've already mentioned, both yourself, Stuart, that they were favoured on top of the world, just falling shy of a gold medal at the World Championships. Morrison and McIntyre just got overhauled on that occasion in Belgrade by the Dutch, who we saw in the previous heat, but they are really controlling this out in front and looking unbothered by the race going on behind them that is anything but comfortable between Spain and Great Britain, but it looks like Spain getting the edge through the grandstands.
Die beiden Australierinnen, sie müssen nun nicht mehr ganz an ihre Grenzen gehen. Schlagzahl 33 haben sie mittlerweile kurz vor dem Ziel in diesem Moment über die Ziellinie gefahren, vor Spanien und Großbritannien. Die 3 Boote werden sich für das Halbfinale von morgen qualifizieren und dort starten können, ohne noch einen Hoffnungslauf bestreiten zu müssen.
Job done for Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre of Australia to take the win in that 3rd and final heat of the women's pair. Spain got the better of Great Britain, but both crews still progressing through to that AB semi-final tomorrow morning, and it will just be the USA's Russia and Fröhlich that will have to contend in that repechage in order to book their spot into the AB semi-finals. Next up, we've got the first heat of the men's pairs. A slight change in the programme for this race, but we'll now bring you the updated lineups here in this first heat. The top 3 going through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, the USA 2. In lane 2, Great Britain 1. In lane 3, Australia 2. In lane 4, Ireland 1. And in lane 5, Italy 1.
Wir kommen zum Männer-Zweierrunde. Im ersten Vorlauf haben wir hier die USA 2, Großbritannien 1, Australien 2, Irland 1 und Italien 1 am Start. 3 dieser 5 Boote werden sich direkt für das Halbfinale AB qualifizieren und die Boote sind schon bei der 1000-Meter-Marke.
Well, it's the World Cup leaders and their first ever major championship gold. Great Britain at the European Championships in Szeged. It's Great Britain 1 out in front, Wyn Griffith and George Ritchie.
Yeah, they're in full control here. They've opened up a lead with a little bit of clear water ahead of the challenge from Australia in second, Italy in third, and the Irish crew moving from fifth into fourth just in the last 100 metres. With USA, looks like they're taking the pace down here, back in fifth place. 2 crews to qualify, we mentioned here. A lot of very familiar names racing in this. So it's going to be interesting to see who goes through to the semis, who goes through the rep. And at the moment, as you mentioned, Wyn Griffith and George in full control here, but Laverly and Kench within striking distance, and as indeed are the Italian pair and the Irish crew motoring there in the last few 100 metres. So the Irish crew very much coming to put a bit of pressure on the Italians, and with that race between the two of them, they might come back into contact with the Australians for that second qualifying spot.
1300 Meter sind bereits zurückgelegt im ersten Vorlauf der Zweione und es führt ganz klar die Europameister aus Großbritannien, Wyn Griffith und Tom George. Dann haben wir an zweiter Stelle liegend im Moment Australien 2, dann dritte Italien 1 vor Irland 1 und USA 2. Also 2 Boote kommen in den Halbfinal und im Moment führen Großbritannien 1 und Australien 2.
They're the reigning world champion silver medalists, and they are the form crew of the 2024 rowing season. It's Wyn Griffith and Tom George from Great Britain out in front at the moment. They saw an early challenge from the Australian crew of Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench. But that crew has now just dropped off the pace a little bit, and they are under pressure for that second qualification position to the semi-final from the Italians, Camini and Cadato, and then Ireland, Corrigan and Kearney, not too far behind them as well. So the first 2 to go through directly through to the semi-finals, with the rest through to the repechage. Great Britain out in front, looking comfortable. They should be able to make it through, barring disaster. But then Australia, Ireland and Italy, who is going to be able to make it directly through to the semi-finals with about 200 metres left to go.
Really exciting race here for those 2 spots. As you said, GB leading it out, no doubt about that. A very comfortable lead for them, opening up clear water in the last few 100 metres. They've extended it again ahead of the challenge from Australia and Italy. It looks like it's Italy and Australia. The Irish crew just further back, coming through the 1500 metre mark. They're putting on a charge again to try get back into contention, passing out the Italians and now coming up to draw level with the Australians. So really nice few 100 metres from this new combination of Corrigan and Kearney from Ireland 1, leading the charge towards the line. And Camilla, finish line in sight. It's all about who's going to get the second spot.
Yeah, about 10 strokes to go, and the Italians have stopped rowing. Camini and Cadato have given up on that opportunity to get into the AB semi-final. Great Britain managed to hold the Irish at bay. There'll be overlap across the line in the 1-2. GB's Wyn Griffith and George cross ahead of the newly updated Corrigan and Kearney combination from Ireland. Australia will settle for third, which will be good enough to see them through to the AB semi-finals. And Italy pick up the blades once again to get themselves across the line ahead of the USA.
Es sind die Europameister aus Großbritannien, welche diesen ersten Vorlauf gewonnen haben im Männer-Zweierrunde vor Irland und Australien. Das die 3 Boote, die sich direkt für das Halbfinale AB qualifizieren.
Well, the next of our heats already on the course in the men's pair. The top 3 through to the AB semi-final. New Zealand 2 in lane 1, Great Britain 2 in lane 2, Switzerland in lane 3, Hong Kong, China in lane 4, and Australia 1 in lane 5.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Männer 2 ohne haben wir Neuseeland 2, Großbritannien 2, die Schweiz mit Roman Rösli und Andrin Gulich und Hongkong sowie Australien am Start. Bei der 1000-Meter-Marke ist es Großbritannien 2 vor der Schweiz, welche dieses Rennen hier anführen.
Well, it's déjà vu because Great Britain out in front once again here, Richie, at the 1000-meter marker.
Yeah, just about half a length holding off the Swiss crew at the moment, but we saw the Swiss just taking it up, coming through 1,000, so it could change in the next few metres as they make their way down towards the finish. Leading it out, GB in first place, Switzerland in second, then it's Australia, still very much within striking distance, just about a length and a half back in third place, along with the crew from New Zealand, 2 in fourth, and then Hong Kong, China back in fifth place. So you can hear some noise in the background there. Hopefully it's just a train and won't startle the crews as they come in towards the finish here. Finish line not quite there, so they'll hopefully power on here, but leading it out, it's still GB and GB2 leading it out ahead of Switzerland.
Im Moment hat bei 1300 Metern die Schweiz die Führung übernommen, und zwar mit einer ganz kleinen Distanz von etwa einem Meter vor Großbritannien 2. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle Australien 1 vor Neuseeland 2 und am Schluss des Feldes Hongkong. Aber bei 1400 Metern nun sind beide Boote wieder praktisch gleich auf, also die Schweiz und Großbritannien 2, die werden untereinander den Sieg ausmachen. Ziemlich sicher dürfte das so sein, denn bereits Australien liegt schon mehr als eine Länge hinter den beiden führenden Booten zurück. Die Führung hat wieder übernommen, 1500 Meter vor dem Ziel, die Schweiz mit Roman Rösli und Andri Gulich.
So the Swiss are now in the lead. The reigning world champions, Roeleschi and Gulick, made their way through the Great Britain crew of Stewart and Robson. So that's our 1 and 2 at the moment to go through directly through to the semi-finals. The Australians, another few seconds back in third place. That's Holt and Keenan. And then back to the New Zealanders, Crouch and Taylor. And then Hong Kong, China's Lam and Chan. So that Swiss crew, they haven't actually won a race since their World Championship. They were second at the World Cup, third at the European Championships, but now leading here. It's been a fantastic third 500 metres from that Swiss crew, and they've managed to get their noses out in front of that Great Britain 2 crew, who are still fighting all the way through with 200 left to go.
Really exciting here in the second heat of the men's pairs coming down towards the finish. Already qualified GB and Ireland from the previous heat, and looking good now for Switzerland and GB here. Great to see that they're racing so competitively. Coming through the 1000-metre mark, it was the GB crew leading just by half a length, but we saw a big push come from the Swiss. They've moved on from there to open up a lead, and those 2 crews, Camilla, looking good for those semi-final spots.
Yeah, I think the GB2 crew here, Stewart and Robson, with something to prove. They want to show that they can fight up there with the World Championships from Switzerland. And we heard those big toots from the train. Roman Rösli's father, a train driver, so perhaps some support coming from the bankside, from the lake, from his dad. But it's half a length to the Swiss through the line, much closer than I think they'd have anticipated over GB2. And that third spot looks like it will be the New Zealanders as the Australians stop before the line. I wonder what went on there for Holt and Keenan, who just came to a grinding halt.
Es ist die Schweiz mit Roman Rösli und Andrin Gulich, welche hier diesen zweiten Vorlauf im Männer 2 Runde gewonnen haben. Sie also morgen dann in einer Mittelbahn im Halbfinal, und dahinter dann ist es Großbritannien 2 sowie Neuseeland 2, welche sich ebenfalls ein Halbfinalbillett gesichert haben.
Heat 3 now of the men's pairs. The top 3 again through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, it's Italy 2. In lane 2, Spain. In lane 3, New Zealand 1. In lane 4, USA 1. And in lane 5, South Africa.
Im dritten und letzten Vorlauf im Männer 2 Runde haben wir Italien 2, Spanien, Neuseeland 1, USA 1 und Südafrika mit am Start. Im Moment ist es das Boot aus Spanien vor Südafrika an der Spitze des Feldes.
They're approaching 1,000 metres gone, and the Spanish small boats have come out of the woodwork this Olympiad and surprised us all, Richie. They're leading out this field of crews.
Yeah, good to see them. They're normally crews that would race in the B final, but leading it out here, and they have just half a length lead over the crew then from South Africa. They're the 1 and 2 looking good for the qualifying spots. A little bit of clear water then back to USA, New Zealand, and the young Italian twins, 20-year-old Italian twins, Vincino in 5th place at the moment. So looking good for for the Spanish crew, but I have to say the South African crew of Smith and Baxter putting on a big push coming through the 1,000 metres, and I think they might come up to challenge the Spanish lead.
1200 Meter sind zurückgelegt für das führende spanische Boot, das mit einer gut 3/4 Länge Vorsprung auf Südafrika das Rennen anführt. Dann haben wir an 3. Stelle die USA 1, 4. dann Neuseeland 1 und 5. Italien 2. Aber im Moment sieht es sehr gut aus für das spanische Boot und aber auch für das südafrikanische Boot. Sie werden sicher oder ziemlich sicher den Halbfinale erreichen. Wie es um den 3. Platz, wer den 3. Platz holen wird, das wird sich noch zeigen. Im Moment ist USA 1 in der Pole Position.
So the Spanish crew leading, coming through the 1,500 metre mark. They're sitting about a boat length ahead of the South African crew, sitting in 2nd place. And then back a little bit further, we have the Americans, the New Zealanders and the Italians making up the rest of the field. So the Spanish and the South Africans looking very comfortable out there at the moment. Canahelo Pazos and Garcia Ordonez from Spain, and then Smith and Baxter from South Africa, just a couple of seconds behind them. The United States, Bender and Bubb sitting in 3rd place, and then New Zealand and Italy 4th and 5th through 1,500 metres.
So looking good as well here for Bender and Bob. They've moved from 5th into 3rd place in the last few hundred and within striking distance, but we all know with these small boats they might run out of water as they come in towards the finish. Down to the last quarter, looking to see who's going to join the 2 GB crews along with Ireland and Switzerland from the previous heats. Looking good so far here, Camilla, from the crew from Spain and South Africa.
Yeah, Spain and South Africa have been commanding this race, but a great surge of speed coming from Bender and Bubb, as you've mentioned. That shake-up in the USA men's sweep team. We saw their 8 qualify at the final Olympic qualification regatta last weekend, and a couple of changes have meant that Bender now joined by Oliver Bubb in the stroke seat, who's taken the rating up to overhaul the crew from New Zealand, and they're now starting to come on to terms with the crew from South Africa. What a wonderful finish for the USA, but Spain undoubtedly out in front.
Ja, jetzt versucht im Moment noch Neuseeland wieder heranzufahren in die 3 führenden ersten Boote. Können sie diese Länge noch aufholen und sich vielleicht doch noch direkt für das Halbfinale AB qualifizieren? Ganz vorne Spanien vor Südafrika und USA.
So 3 crews through to the AB semi-finals. Those 3 crews separated by clear water back to New Zealand in 4th, and it will be Spain ahead of South Africa. The USA not quite managing to do enough to turn over that 2nd and 3rd placing result, but they will make it through to the AB semis directly. New Zealand will have to face the repêchages, and finally the Italians. This is the Italian twins, Luca and Marco Vicino, will also contend the repêchage alongside them. So we've got a short break now until our next race of the day, which will be the first heat of the women's double sculls taking place at 10:57. So you've got just under 10 minutes until you need to join us again. Go ahead and get yourself a cup of coffee, go for a break, and we'll see you again in 10 minutes' time.
Wir haben nun eine kurze Pause, bevor es dann um 10:57 Uhr wieder weitergeht, dann mit dem Frauen-Doppelzweier, und zwar dem ersten Vorlauf. Mit dabei die Schweiz mit Salome Ulrich und Sophia Mikin. Bis dahin haben wir rund 7 Minuten nun Zeit genug, um einen Kaffee zu holen, beispielsweise bei Rob's Hood, oder um ein Memory zu kaufen von der Lucerne Regatta.
This is not an ad. It's a warning. I know a place. A place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. That will enter through those cracks and will stay and live in you. Run. Run! No, better stay in Manhattan. Get an apartment in Berlin. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Don't listen to the poets who have been here. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. Ay, ay! But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
auf den Sommer mit deinen Freunden. Freunde, die mit dir steil gehen. Feldschlössli verbindet.
Was uns bewegt. Mobilität ohne Fahrplan.
Well, folks, after that short break, we're now back on the course with Heat 1 of the women's double sculls. The first 3 crews progressing through to the A-B semi-final and 5 crews lining up here on the start. In lane 1, we've got Stefania Boutignon and Silvia Crucio for Italy. In lane 2, Lisa Skeenard and Martina Veldhuis of the Netherlands. In lane 3, Salome Ulrich and Sophia Meakin of Switzerland. In lane 4, for New Zealand, Brooke Francis and Lucy Spores. And in lane 5, for China, Liu Shiyu and Shen Chengmai.
In diesem ersten Vorlauf im Frauen-Doppelzweier haben wir Italien 2, die Niederlande, Schweiz 2 mit Salome Ulrich und Sophia Meakin, die Neuseeland und auch China am Start. Die ersten 3 Boote werden sich für das Halbfinale A-B qualifizieren. Und nach rund 300 geruderten Meter ist es das Boot aus den Niederlanden mit Lisa Skeenard und Martine Veldhuis, welche dieses Rennen hier anführen. Dieses Boot hat schon den ersten Weltcup in dieser Saison gewonnen. Jetzt möchten sie natürlich zeigen, dass das nicht ein Zufallssieg war, sondern sie möchten diesen Sieg bestätigen. Als erstes natürlich hier mit einem Vorlaufsieg, aber sie haben starke Konkurrenz, insbesondere aus Neuseeland und natürlich auch aus China. Die Schweizerinnen momentan ebenfalls noch sehr gut dabei. Sie fahren hier mit etwa eine Länge zurück hinter den Niederlanden und etwa gleich auf mit Italien.
Well, it's the gold medalists from the first World Cup of the season out in front at the moment. The Netherlands is Lisa Skeenard and Martina Veldhuis combining forces this season to take it to this double scull. And a great start that they've made ahead of the Italians and also over in lane number 5, China, who are right up there contending for those top 3 spaces. Unfortunately, Switzerland just off the pace at the moment, ever so slightly from the top 3 qualifying spots through to the A-B semi-final. Meakin back into this crew, having raced at the quad earlier on in the season, but joined now by Salome Ulrich, trying to fight for these A-B semi-final spaces. But Skeenard and Veldhuis looking good here, just shy of 800 metres gone. They're at 37 strokes a minute and trying to fend off the challenge from a dead level China and Italy through that 800 metre marker. But Richie, this will be coming into sight of you at the 1,000, looking very tight at the top with New Zealand now now also pushing up.
Yeah, just as you said it there, in the last few metres, they've now come back into contention, into the mix along with China and Italy for the 3 semi-final spots that are for grabs here. Leading it out, it's still Netherlands. They've done so through the 500-metre mark, and they're in full control here coming up to the 1,000. But if you have 3 crews right behind you, pushing each other on, they can eat back into the lead that the Netherlands crew can hopefully hold off the challenge. We're just watching them come into view at the 1,000-metre mark, and really just a boat and a half separating first to fourth. The only crew at the moment a little bit off the pace is the Swiss crew, but when I say a little bit off the pace, they're only half a length off the 4th place crew at the moment here. So coming through 1,000, it's still the Netherlands leading out ahead of China. They're the 1 and 2, Italy in 3rd place ahead of New Zealand, and Switzerland in 5th.
Alle Boote sind immer noch ganz nahe beieinander bei 1100 Metern, und zwar führt das Boot aus den Niederlanden vor China und Italien, die praktisch gleich aufliegen. Dann haben wir an 4. Stelle Neuseeland und nur etwa an 1,5 Längen zurück das Schweizer Boot. Also es liegt noch alles drin. Fast jedes Boot kann noch die 3 halbfinalberechtigten Plätze erobern. Es ist nämlich jetzt eine Abwechslung in der Führung zwischen Neuseeland und Holland. Also und nur 1 Meter zurück oder praktisch gleich auf mit diesen 2 Booten auch noch China.
There is a canvas between 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We've got the Italians, the Netherlands, New Zealand and China coming up now into the 1,400 metres, and there is absolutely nothing to pick between these 4 crews. Unfortunately for them, only 3 will go through to the AB semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. So the Swiss, probably the only crew that look like they're going to go through to the repechage, have to qualify through there, but 1 out of Italy, Netherlands, New Zealand and China are going to have to make it through the repechage. There's still only a couple of metres between all 4 of them. The Netherlands crew just dropping off the pace a little bit, and I say dropping off the pace, they're still only 3 metres off that lead. New Zealand, Brooke Francis and Lucy Spores in the lead, 2019 world champions both. Brooke Francis in the double scull, but Lucy Spores in the women's 8s. It's all to play for now with 1,500 metres down, and it is less than a second between 1st and 4th, Richie. 500 to go. Who's got it?
Unbelievable racing here in the last 500. We've seen the lead change a number of times with each stroke being taken and 3 qualifying spots to go. It's now the New Zealand and Italian crew battling it out. The early leaders, Netherlands, back in 3rd place, and they'll need to respond now from the charge that's coming from Italy and from the New Zealand crew as well. Really solid rowing from New Zealand in the last 500. And as they come into view for you, Camilla, it's going to be all to play for 3 qualifying spots, but 4 in the mix here. The question is, can anyone hold off the challenge or the others to see who's going to get the 3s? Looking good so far for New Zealand, Italy and Netherlands.
It is, but I fear the Netherlands are going to slip back at the mercy of this wonderful sprint going on from Boutignon and Crosio of Italy. They might have just spent all of their cash in that first 1,500 metres, Skeynard and Veldhuis, as they now look in danger of coming in 4th, which would mean a ticket to the repechage. But what can they do here to respond? They're starting to try and draw back up here with New Zealand, China and Italy, our top 3 placings currently in this women's double heat.
Es gibt 3 Plätze, die für die direkte Halbfinalqualifikation berechtigen, und 4 Boote sprinten hier um diese 2 Plätze. Momentan ist es die Niederlande, welche hier etwas federn lassen müssen. Sie fallen etwas zurück. Die Langzeitführenden in diesem Rennen können hier nicht mit dem Schlussspurt mitgehen mit Neuseeland, China und Italien.
What a treat here. It's going to be a canvas over the line for New Zealand. Francis and Spores ahead of China. Italy's payoff for that sprint will be a direct ticket into the AB semi-finals. Amazing finish there from Boutignon and Crosio. Skeynard and Veldhuis will have to go via the repechage along with the Swiss Ulrich and Meekin. And that concludes that first heat of the women's double sculls. Next race already well underway at 800 metres gone. In lane 1, the USA. In lane 2, South Africa. In lane 3, Italy won. And in lane 4, Lithuania.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Frauendoppelzweier haben wir die USA, Südafrika, Italien 1 und Litauen bei der 1000-Meter-Marke.
Well, Richie, I mean, we didn't need the photo finish camera at the end on that first heat, but for this one coming to you at 1,000, it looks like we might need to dust it off.
Absolutely. Very little between the leading crews as they come up to the 1,000 metres. Through 500, it was South Africa ahead of USA in second, Lithuania in third, Italy back in fourth. And really, there's just about a canvas separating first to fourth coming through the 1,000 as well. It is now the crew from the USA moving into the lead. They just come in, moving from second into first. South Africa back in second place now, ahead of the crew from Italy, who've moved into third ahead of Lithuania. But with just half a canvas, anything can happen in these smaller boats.
Die WM-Dritten vom letzten Jahr, die USA, führen das Rennen mit einer halben Länge Vorsprung an auf Südafrika, Italien und Litauen. Aber man kann noch mit jedem Boot rechnen hier für den Endspurt. Alle Boote sind sehr nah beieinander, nicht mal eine Länge trennt sie voneinander. Und es wird sich zeigen auf den zweiten 1000 Metern, wer hat den längsten Atem. Letzte Woche waren Badenhurst und Williams aus Südafrika bereits bei der finalen Qualifikationsregatta. Sie konnten sich leider nicht qualifizieren. Aber sie werden wahrscheinlich hier versuchen, noch einmal dabei zu bleiben. Doch ich nehme an, dass sie wahrscheinlich dem hohen Tempo der anderen drei Mannschaften irgendeinmal Tribut zollen müssen.
So coming up now through 1,400 metres, it's still the United States of America who have that lead, and it's opened up a little bit now. We've got the United States in the lead, Italy and South Africa battling it out for second and third, and then in a little bit of a shock, we've got the World Championship silver medalists, the Lithuanian crew of Karolina and Rimkute, sitting in fourth place and just outside of those qualification spots for the AB, directly through to the AB semi-final. Paige Badenhorst and Catherine Williams from South Africa competed at the final qualification regatta a few days ago. They finished 5 seconds off qualification for the Olympics in fourth spot, but certainly looking very good at the moment. They're just down in third place through 1,500 metres.
So we're looking to see who are going to advance on to the semi-finals along with New Zealand, Italy and China from the previous race. Looking good so far here from USA. They've timed it well, moving from second into first, coming through 1,000 metres, holding on to that lead through the 1,500 metre mark, leading it out ahead of Italy now in second place. The South Africans as well, just holding off the Italians. They're changing in the last few strokes, but the Italians in second place, holding off the South Africans. And as we were saying there, surprised to see last year's silver medalists and second at the Europeans recently, the Lithuanian crew here, Camilla back in fourth place. Maybe they're going to hold off and go through the repechage, get that extra race under, but unusual not to see them up challenging for those positions into the semis.
Yeah, real shock here to see Karolina and Rimkute out at the back of this field, having to potentially go through the repechage, and their blade placement looks so direct. It looks like they are really pushing on quite hard, but it's not to any avail as they trail the Italians out in front alongside the Americans. South Africa sandwiched in the middle, absolutely gutted to have not qualified for the Paris 2024 games, especially given this performance that they're putting on here this weekend. They're running right up with our race leaders in this second heat of the women's double sculls. It's going to be a 3-boat blanket finish with the Lithuanians, surprisingly it seems, missing out.
Ganz vorne in diesem zweiten Vorlauf im Frauen-Doppelzweier sind die beiden US-Amerikanerinnen Vitas und Wagner. Sie gewinnen hier dieses Rennen mit 3/4 Bootslänge Vorsprung, ganz knapp. Dann dahinter Südafrika und Italien nahe beisammen und Litauen nur auf Platz 4. Und damit müssen die beiden erfolgsverwöhnten Damen in den Hoffnungslauf heute Nachmittag.
Over the line then, it was indeed the crew from the USA, Vitas and Wagner, that crossed the line ahead of Italy and South Africa for those next qualifying spots through to the AB semi-finals. Third heat of the women's double sculls now on the course at 800 metres. The last opportunity to get spaces into those A-B semi-finals directly. In lane 1, it's Ireland. In lane 2, Australia. In lane 3, France. And in lane 4, Norway.
Im dritten und letzten Vorlauf im Frauen-Doppelzweier haben wir Irland, Australien, Frankreich und Norwegen. Ein Boot wird die direkte Halbfinalqualifikation nicht schaffen.
Well, it looks to me like Bateman and Hudson have made a great start for Australia here, Richie.
Yeah, they've moved into the lead now, coming up to the 1,000-metre mark. They were second coming through 500, so really solid 500 metres from them to move into just about 3/4 of a length ahead of the early leaders, Ireland, who were coming through in second place, just ahead of Norway, who've moved into third. Sorry, France just barely ahead of Norway, but I think the Norwegian crew just putting on a squeeze here to move past France. So all to play for here. The Irish crew, just keep an eye on them because they tend to have a storming finish. Unusual to see them lead it off the start, so all to play for there. 3 crews to qualify again here, so rather cruelly, it's just going to be one crew that's not going to make it, and with half a length separating first to fourth, it could be any of them.
Gibt es eine weitere Überraschung in diesem Rennen? Bei 1200 Metern führt das australische Boot noch vor Irland und dann praktisch gleich auf die beiden Boote aus Frankreich und die Europameisterinnen aus Norwegen, die bis jetzt immer nur an 4. Stelle waren, jetzt aber den 3. Platz übernehmen können von Frankreich. Frankreich jetzt an 4. Stelle und ganz nahe dabei ist Norwegen auch bei den Irländerinnen, nämlich nur etwa eine Viertellänge vom 2. Platz entfernt. Es führt aber nach wie vor Amanda Bateman und Harriet Hudson aus Australien.
In an event full of tight finishes, we're in for another one. It's the Australians leading by a boat length over the Irish and then back to the Norwegians and the French. So that Norwegian crew of Helseth and Cavalier winning at the European titles at Szeged recently. The first time that they'd won in the open women's crew boats at the European Championships. So a bit of history made for the Norwegian crew. They're sitting in 3rd place at the moment in that final qualification position for the AB semi-final, but it's only a canvas between them and the French in 4th. So through the 1,500 metre timing point, it's Australia with the lead, just ahead of Ireland, Norway in 3rd, France in 4th. Big finish coming yet again.
Absolutely, Australia and Ireland looking good here, but it's all to play for between Norway and France for the 3rd qualifying spot. And again, they could push each other on and get back into contention and clip on with the Irish crew and the Australian crew as well. So last few 100 metres, looking to see who joins New Zealand, Italy, China, USA, South Africa, and the 2nd Italian crew into the semi-finals. Looking good so far here from this new combination of Bateman and Hudson, previously racing in the doubles and the quads, now racing in the double and rowing really well here with this new combination from Norway as well. Lots of new boats in the double sculls mix, and as they come into view for you, we're seeing that finish that I mentioned, Camilla. The Irish, they're putting on the charge now and putting pressure on the leaders, Australia.
Yeah, we've got 2 big finishes coming from opposite sides of the course here as Ireland surge to take the win, and they're trying as they might to overhaul that boat from Australia, and also the Norwegians coming right back into the picture. World Rowing's Athlete of the Month, Inga Kavli, in the stroke seat for Norway, trying to take them to that direct AB semi-final spot to beat out France into the repechage.
Es sieht so aus, dass die beiden Französinnen hier nicht ganz mitgehen können, obwohl sie nun die höchste Bootsgeschwindigkeit haben und nochmals versuchen, an die beiden Norwegerinnen heranzufahren. Stellt sich hier die Frage, ob das reichen wird, ob die verbleibenden 100 Meter noch reichen. Ganz vorne haben wir Irland vor Australien und dann Norwegen ganz knapp vor Frankreich, kurz vor der Ziellinie.
The pace of the Irish just too hot for the Australians on this occasion, as they'll win by half a length over the line in this 3rd and final heat of the women's double sculls. They'll face the semi-finals, though, still both Australia and Ireland, along with Norway, who put in a wonderful final 500 to push out France and force them through the repechages. The men's double sculls already through 800 metres gone. 4 crews going for 1 spot through to the A final. In lane 1, Spain. In lane 2, New Zealand. In lane 3, Italy. And in lane 4, Ireland 2.
Wir kommen zum ersten Vorlauf im Männerdoppelzweier und da sind 4 Boote am Start: Spanien, Neuseeland, Italien und Irland 2. Nur gerade ein Boot wird sich direkt für das A-Final qualifizieren.
Well, we saw a great showing from Spain's men's pair earlier in the small boats, and looks like a similar story here in the men's double, Richie.
Yeah, carbon copy of that race. It's the Spanish crew leading it out just a length of clear water back to the Italians, who have barely half a canvas over New Zealand. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Ireland, the young crew from Ireland, Andrew Sheehan and Brian Colch from the under-23 set up racing here in the senior, back and forth at the moment. 1 to qualify, so very tough racing here in the men's double sculls. But leading it out, Spain looking good so far. But those 2 crews from Italy and New Zealand, just half a length separating them to play for between them, and they could get back into contention and put pressure on the Spanish.
Es ist so, dass bei der 1200-Meter-Marke führt das Boot aus Spanien mit etwa einer Länge Vorsprung auf 2 gleich aufliegende Boote aus Neuseeland und Italien, und am Schluss des Feldes Irland 2. Im neuseeländischen Boot ist ja Robert Manson neu mit Jordan Perry. Bob Manson war 10. an der WM 23 mit Ben Mason. Jetzt hat er einen neuen Partner und es wird sich zeigen, wie gut er sich zurechtfindet mit dem neuen Partner. Momentan ist er an 2. Stelle, knapp vor den WM-Vierten aus Italien, Rambaldi und Sartori.
So the Spanish leading coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. They've got themselves a boat length lead over New Zealand and then back a little bit further to Italy and the Irish 2 crew sitting in 4th place at the moment. So only the first crew to go through to the final, with the rest going through to the repechage. So the Spanish 2 seconds ahead of the Kiwi crew in lane, sitting in 2nd place, and then back to Italy and Ireland. This Spanish crew 2nd at the European Championships, and they're also silver medalists at the 2022 World Championships. So plenty of pedigree in this event for the crew of Garcia Pujola and Conde Romero from Spain.
Yeah, they're in full control here coming down to the last few hundred metres. It's going with form, with Spain leading it out. The Italians as well, 4th in the Europeans most recently, in 3rd place at the moment. And that new combo of the New Zealand crew, Parry and Manson, in 2nd place at the moment. But looking good for Spain here. 1 crew to qualify, and they've led from the start all the way down here and looking in full control here, Camilla, coming into the run-in towards the finish.
Yeah, looking very controlled here for Garcia Pujola and Conde Romero, back to their form that we saw when they took home a silver medal at the World Championships, which perhaps took a lot of this field by surprise. But they look great here coming into the closing stages. They're up at 43 strokes a minute, not getting complacent with this lead, and they will sprint to the line ahead of the crew from New Zealand.
Die Spanier möchten hier nichts mehr anbrennen lassen und sprinten Richtung Ziellinie. Dahinter dann die beiden Neuseeländer Robbie Manson und Jordan Perry. Sie haben nochmals versucht heranzufahren, aber das wird nicht mehr reichen bis ins Ziel. Platz 1 und damit A-Final-Qualifikation für Spanien vor Neuseeland. Dahinter dann Italien und Irland.
1 spot through to the final and 1 spot claimed by Spain ahead of New Zealand, who will be sent to the repechage alongside Italy, who crossed the line ahead of Ireland. So that is your final finishings there in that first heat of the men's double sculls. Heat 2 of the men's double sculls now on the course. 4 crews, 1 spot through to the A final, just as punishing a progression system as the previous round. In lane 1, we've got France. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, Cuba. And in lane 4, Norway.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Männer-Doppelzweier haben wir ein klasse Feld am Start. Auf Bahn 1 die Olympiasieger aus Frankreich, Hugo Boucheron, Mathieu Androdias. Auf Bahn 2 dann die Weltmeister aus den Niederlanden, Melvin Tvelar und Stefan Brönig. Und komplettieren werden das Feld Kuba und Norwegen. Die Boote mittlerweile bei der 800-Meter-Marke durch und nicht ganz unerwartet ist es die Niederlande vor Frankreich, welche dieses Rennen hier anführen.
Well, Richie, how cruel is this? We've got the Olympic gold and silver medalists and both world champion crews in the form of France and Netherlands going up against each other in round one.
Yeah, I think some of them are going to lose out and have to go through the repechage. And my money at the moment is on these Dutch crew securing that first spot. They're in full control here. They had about a 2-second lead through 500. They've extended it now. A lot of clear water back to the French crew back, surprisingly, in second place here. Then ahead of Cuba in third and Norway back in fourth. So no doubt about it here. It's Tvelar and Brönig leading it out for the Netherlands. Clear water then back to France, Cuba and Norway.
1100 Meter sind zurückgelegt und Tvelar und Brönig aus den Niederlanden, die Weltmeister, führen das Feld ganz klar an und zwar mit mehr als einer Länge Vorsprung auf die Olympiasieger, auf Boucheron und Androdias. Noch sehr gut mithalten kann im Moment das kubanische Boot. Das liegt nur etwa eine Länge hinter den Franzosen zurück. Am Schluss des Feldes Norwegen gleich auf jetzt mit Kuba. Sie haben also in den letzten Schlägen deutlich aufgeholt und es wird sich zeigen, ob es ihnen noch gelingen wird, den dritten Platz zu holen.
At 1400 metres, it is the Dutch, the reigning world champions, also first at the World Cup. They're the silver medalists from Tokyo, and they're again looking to upgrade that into a gold in Paris. And they are leading, coming up now into the 1500 metre timing point. Only the first crew to go through to the final. The French sitting in second place at the moment. And then we saw a big push right at the start from the Cuban crew of Paz Sanchez and Suarez Sanjul. They were in the final qualification regatta, made it through to the semi-finals, finishing sixth in their semi-final. They had a big push and they were second through the first 500 metres, then down to third through the 1,000 and now sitting in fourth place as they come through the 1500 metre timing point. There's no doubt about our leaders. It's Tvelar and Brönig from the Netherlands out in front with 400 metres left to go.
Yeah, they're in full control here. No doubt about their race tactics here. It's get that one qualifying spot, not go through the repechage with an extra race. And we saw them lead from the start all the way through to 1500. They're continuing to move on. Nearly a 7-second lead coming through with 500 to go. So in full control. France in second, having moved from third place off the 500 metre mark. Norway back in and moving up to third now ahead of Cuba. So they're the 1, 2, 3, 4. Spain, of course, already qualified through the previous heat. So it's looking good for Spain and Netherlands here down to the last few hundred metres, Camilla.
Yeah, the Dutch steam train goes chugging on. Melvin Tvelar and Stef Brönig fresh off the back of their altitude training camp that they've been on for the last few weeks. And it's done them a whole heap of good, as this type of margin in this type of event is just unheard of. They've got a huge amount of clear water back to the Olympic champions, France, Boucheron and Androdias. And just with that one spot through to the A final, this is oh so comfortable here for the Netherlands.
Es sieht unglaublich gut aus da vorne bei den Niederländern. Stefan Brönig und Melvin Tvelar können dieses Rennen locker gewinnen, fahren in diesem Moment über die Ziellinie. Sie mussten nicht ganz an ihre Grenzen gehen und unterstreichen ihre Spitzenklasse, die sie haben. Dahinter dann die Olympiasieger ganz knapp hinter Norwegen über die Ziellinie.
Well, it was a photo finish for second there between Norway and France. Boucheron and Androdias were really right down on the rating coming through the line, trying to play the game of keeping themselves under wraps before the repechage. But we'll wonder who gets it on the line. In fact, it was Norway that just managed to beat out France by a few centimetres. And then Cuba will conclude that second heat of the men's double sculls. Next up, just one spot through to the final in the women's 4 heats. And this first heat contested by 4 crews. Some big names here going up in the first round. Great Britain in lane 1, New Zealand in 2, the USA in 3 and Australia in lane 4.
Im ersten Vorlauf im Frauenvierrunde haben wir Großbritannien, Neuseeland, USA und Australien. Die Boote bei der 500-Meter-Marke waren sie in der Reihenfolge von Großbritannien, USA, Neuseeland und Australien durchgefahren. Jetzt schon bald bei der 1000-Meter-Marke. Es ist noch immer Großbritannien, welche hier momentan das Tempo vorgeben.
Well, through the last Olympiad up to Tokyo, it was all about Australia, and they did end up victorious on the Sea Forest Waterway back in 2021. But the tables have turned, new countries have emerged, and in this heat, Richie, it's Great Britain leading the way.
Leading it out at the moment, and they're being chased down by a couple of new combinations in the boats here from New Zealand, USA and Australia. The GB crew, the one that we can look at their form, winners of the most recent European and World Cup 1 regatta. They've got a clear water lead over the crew from United States in second. It's New Zealand in third, but there's barely half a second between USA and New Zealand for second and third at the moment. The Australian crew a little bit further back, clear water back to them in fourth place, but one crew to qualify here. Looking good so far for GB in full control.
Die Siegerinnen des ersten Weltcups und der Europameisterschaft in diesem Jahr, die Britinnen führen dieses Rennen bei 1200 Metern deutlich an, und zwar mit etwa 2 Längen Vorsprung auf die zweitplatzierte USA, und dann nochmals etwa eine halbe Länge zurück haben wir Neuseeland. Nur ein Boot wird direkt in den Final kommen, und im Moment sieht es sehr gut aus für Großbritannien.
So the British in the lead through 1,300 metres, and they have been the form crew of the 2024 season. They won in World Cup 1, they won at the European Championships, beating a very strong Dutch crew in World Cup number 1 as well. So one of the things that I did want to point out, though, one of the crew members from that Australian crew, it is a new Fours crew. As mentioned previously, they are putting a lot into the eights. But on the Rowing Australia website, there is a fascinating article on Jean Mitchell, who is a cancer survivor, had a brain tumour in her late teens and has managed to go through that and is now rowing at the elite level for Australia. So a very good little story there on the Rowing Australia, linked on the Rowing Australia Instagram page. Through 1,500 though, it's Great Britain leading the United States, New Zealand and Australia.
They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. We're coming into the last part of this race here with just one crew to qualify. It's no surprise to see GB lead it out. Helen Glover in the bow seat, Esme Booth in 2, Samantha Redgrave in 3, Rebecca Shorten in the stroke seat. So experienced over the last couple of seasons. Little different combinations from the World Championships last year and in World Cup regattas. Coming in then to take the Europeans most recently and also win in World Cup 1. And it's a familiar sight yet again, Camilla. GB and this women's 4 impervious leading as they come in towards the finish.
Yeah, GB have been tweaking this crew over the last 3 years since Tokyo to try and find that fastest combination ahead of Paris 2024. And joining double Olympic champion in the bow, Helen Glover, new into this crew this year, Esme Booth, joined by world champions Sam Redgrave and Rebecca Shorten in the stern pair. And they look so robust coming through this final 100 metres ahead of the USA, who are sprinting up at 42 strokes a minute to try and etch into that distance that Great Britain have managed to put into this 2K. But it's going to be almost a length across the line here to GB for that one spot through to the final.
Großbritannien gewinnt diesen ersten Vorlauf im Frauenvierrunde vor den USA und Neuseeland. Neuseeland haben wir eine leichte Änderung im Vierrunde im Vergleich zum Vorjahr. Und zwar ist Kerry Williams, die Olympiasiegerin im Zweierrunde, neu an der Schlagposition von Neuseeland und ist zurück nach einer Pause in 2023. Jetzt wieder im Vierrunde und hier auf dem 3. Platz. Sie muss allerdings nun in den Hoffnungslauf.
The next heat of the women's fours now on the course, and just 3 crews going for that one spot through to the final. In lane 1, we've got Chile. In lane 2, the world champions, the Netherlands. And in lane 3, China.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Frauenriff hier Rhone haben wir nur 3 Boote am Start. Chile, die Niederlande und China. Wiederum ein Boot wird sich direkt für das A-Finale qualifizieren und alle Augen, die sind natürlich auf die Weltmeisterinnen aus den Niederlanden gerichtet. Sie nach 900 geruderten Meter auch an der Spitze des Feldes rund 3/4 Bootslängen vor dem Boot aus China.
Coming up to the 1,000-metre marker, the Dutch out in front, and this crew from China that we've not seen since the last World Championships, Richie, currently sitting in second.
Yeah, they just have a little bit of an overlap coming through the 1,000-metre between them and the Dutch crew leading it out. Then it's some way of clear water back to the Chilean crew back in 3rd place at the moment. Looking to see who's going to join GB from the previous heat. Looking good so far from the Netherlands. Leading it out just by that 1-length lead though. This Chinese crew you mentioned, 6th in last year's World Championships and previous to that quite successful in the World Cup season in the 8 finals. They're the ones that we're going to be looking to see what kind of form they're in and see also the times from this heat and compare it to that GB crew from the previous heat.
Bei 1100 Metern ist der Fall eigentlich klar. Die Weltmeisterinnen aus den Niederlanden führen das Rennen ganz klar an vor den 6. der letztjährigen WM, den Chinesinnen. Dann am Schluss des Feldes haben wir Chile. Sie waren ja auch letztes Wochenende bei der finalen Qualifikationsregatta dabei, konnten aber nur den 5. Platz belegen, sind aber hier wieder mittendrin und vielleicht reicht es ihnen ja für den Final von Sonntag. Aber an der Spitze ganz klar mit mehr als einer Länge Vorsprung die Niederlande.
So the Dutch crew out in front, the reigning world champions leading China and Chile. Coming up now towards the 1,500-metre timing point, the Chilean crew of Victoria and Christina Hofstetter-Wells, Antonia Pichot and Isadora Niemeyer in the final qualification regatta here at Lucerne a couple of days ago, where they finished 5th, so missing out on qualification for the Paris Olympics. So just through that 1,500 metres, it is the Dutch leading by just under 4.5 seconds ahead of the People's Republic of China, and then back then to the Chileans in 3rd place. So our 1, 2, 3 looking very comfortable at the moment, and probably on form as you would expect, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely, and nothing has changed since they went off the start with the Netherlands leading it out ahead of China and Chile in 3rd. Nothing through 500, 1,000, 1,500 and in the run into the finish. With the distances that are between them, it looks like that's the finishing positions that we're going to see as well. So the Dutch crew looking to advance on to the final along with GB, but we're going to be in for a great repechage between the other crews to see who is going to advance on into the final as well. So Camilla, coming into view, it is the Netherlands crew. Interesting to see the tactics here. They, similar to GB, get out, hold on to the lead and continue to move away from the field in full control here and looking to take that qualifying spot.
Yeah, they're not letting up at all, though. Bente Boonstra in the stroke seat, setting that rhythm at 39 strokes a minute, coming into the final 250, backed up by Tinka Offreins, Hermione Drent and Marlos Odenberg. This is that quartet that won the World Championships last year, and they're putting on a show here for the fans in Lucerne to get that one spot through to the final by clear water currently ahead of China.
Die Niederländerinnen, sie haben sich an die Spitze dieses Rennen da festgesetzt und werden dieses Rennen auch gewinnen. Morgen also keine Arbeit für die Niederländerinnen zu erledigen. Wir werden sie erst wieder am Sonntag sehen, also einen Erholungstag. Morgen dann für das Boot aus Niederlanden wieder antreten müssen die Chinesinnen und die Chileninnen im Hoffnungslauf.
Those top 2 crews both will be featuring at the Olympic Games in Paris. They both qualified via the World Championships last year, but it is just qualifying for the final today. The Netherlands, China going via the repechage alongside Chile, who have just crossed the line now. Oh, hello, you're back. Hiya. Next up, we've got the first heat of the men's fours, top 2 to progress through to the A final. In lane 1, New Zealand. In lane 2, the USA. In lane 3, Chile. In lane 4, Uzbekistan. And in lane 5, Switzerland.
Wir kommen zum Männer Vierone und zwar zum ersten Vorlauf mit Neuseeland, USA, Chile, Usbekistan und der Schweiz. Die Schweiz, die hatten ein dicht gedrängtes Programm diese Woche. Sonntag, Montag und Dienstag haben sie um das Olympiaticket gekämpft und dies erfolgreich. Hinter Italien haben sie noch das letzte verbleibende Ticket im Männer Vierone gesichert und damit die Schweizer Delegation auf 17 Athletinnen und Athleten erhöht. Also eine ganz tolle Leistung, die sie schon am Dienstag vollbracht haben. Jetzt in diesem ersten Vorlauf sind sie momentan auf der 3. Position hinter den USA und Neuseeland.
Well, Schetzel, Brunner, Rutt and Schurch were the heroes last weekend, qualifying this boat for the Olympics for the Swiss on home water. But they've got some catching up to do, Richie, if they're going to get into the top 2 here alongside the USA and New Zealand.
Yeah, it's the USA who've led it off from the start, and they've taken the New Zealand crew side by side. They are going through the 1-2. They've opened a lot of clear water, then back to the Swiss. Uzbekistan back in 4th and Chile in 5th at the moment. I'm going to hand over to get the inside track on the Swiss crew.
Ja, und es ist so, dass die 1200 Meter sind zurückgelegt und es führt immer noch die USA vor Neuseeland. Dann haben wir etwa 1,5 Längen hinter Neuseeland zurück, die Schweiz. Und es wird sich zeigen, ob der Schweizer Vierer sich noch auf den zweiten Final A-berechtigten Platz bringen kann. Es sieht im Moment nicht so aus. Es sieht so aus, als würden die Schweizer immer etwas mehr Distanz verlieren gegenüber den führenden USA und Neuseeland, die immer noch praktisch gleich zueinander liegen, nämlich eine Länge zurück von Neuseeland gegenüber der USA. An 4. Stelle dann Usbekistan, 5. Chile. Also hopp Schweiz, wir wollen doch schauen, ob die Schweizer es doch nicht schaffen, noch den zweiten Final A-berechtigten Platz zu holen.
So our World Championship silver medalists from last year, the United States of America, leading the bronze medalists from New Zealand through 1,500 metres, and then back a little bit further, the Swiss. You could hear the cheer there from Tom, is just handed off there. But they're sitting in 3rd place at the moment, just outside of that qualification for the A final, and then back to Uzbekistan and Chile, who are also part of that final qualification regatta earlier in the week.
So looking good here for USA and New Zealand. The positions haven't changed. USA have led from the start through all of the timing markers. They've taken the New Zealand crew with them. They're the 1 and 2. And let's see, Camilla, can the crowd urge the Swiss crew back into contention?
The crowd have got a big job, and I think last weekend has maybe taken its toll. That was the big one where they needed to get their ticket to Paris, but this time around, unfortunately, it's a big old gap up to this race at the front between the USA and New Zealand.
Ja, die beiden WM-Medaillengewinner Boote aus den USA und Neuseeland, sie führen dieses Rennen hier deutlich an. Das Schweizer Boot konnte nicht ganz mit dieser Geschwindigkeit mitfahren. Wir werden sie also morgen im Hoffnungslauf nochmal sehen. Dieses Rennen geht an die USA vor Neuseeland auf Rang 3, dann die Schweiz.
These 2 crews are going to be huge contenders for the podium this Sunday in this event, the men's 4. The USA and New Zealand are top 2 finishers to go through to the A final. The Swiss will be gutted to have missed out on that spot through to Sunday's final directly, but they will face the repechage alongside Uzbekistan and Chile as we move into Heat 2 of the men's 4s in just a moment. Heat 2 underway now of the men's 4s, the same progression system, the top 2 through to the A final. In lane 1, Australia. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, Great Britain. In lane 4, France 2. And in lane 5, France 1.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Männer Vierone haben wir Australien, die Niederlande, Großbritannien, Frankreich 2 und Frankreich 1. Und kurz vor der 1000-Meter-Marke ist es das Boot aus Australien, welches dieses Rennen anführt, vor den Niederlanden und die Weltmeister aus Großbritannien momentan nur auf dem dritten, vielleicht sogar vierten, auf der vierten Position. Sie versuchen nun etwas nach vorne zu fahren. Mal schauen, ob dies gelingt.
Well, the surprise here from the tower when we looked up to see that the world champions, Great Britain, all the way down in 4th position here, Richie.
Yeah, big turn up, but they've turned it on in the last few hundred metres and they're back in contention now. So leading it out, it's Australia through the 1,000 metre mark, just ahead of the Dutch in second place, and GB now in third. But the good news is they're only a canvas off the pace, so anything can happen as we come in towards the run into the finish. Back then to the French crew, France 1 and France 2, back in 4th and 5th. Some new combinations there, but the French crew, France 1, third in the Europeans most recently, so unusual to see them back towards the end of the field here, and they've a lot of work to do if they're going to get back into the leading crews, which again, it's the Australians pushing on now again just ahead of the Dutch, who only have a little bit of that canvas that we mentioned ahead of GB. They're the 1, 2 and 3 with 2 to qualify, looking to see who's going to join USA and New Zealand. Unusual not to see GB in the mix.
4 Boote können noch diese 2 finalberechtigten Plätze holen. Sind dies nämlich die im Moment führenden Australier, die aber nur ganz knapp vor Großbritannien führen, und zwar etwa mit einer Luftkastenlänge Vorsprung. Dann haben wir an 3. und 4. Stelle praktisch gleich auf das Boot aus den Niederlanden und Frankreich 1. Also hier kann noch alles passieren. Einzig Frankreich 2 liegt etwas zurück und kann wohl nicht mehr um diese 2 finalberechtigten Plätze kämpfen.
So coming up to the 1500, and we could almost say that normal programming has resumed because the British have now moved up into first place. They've rode through the Dutch, the French, and now just through the Australians. So they're leading by a quarter of a second over Australia through the 1500 metre timing point. They're our 1 and 2. It's 2 seconds back to the France 1 crew. In third place, and then the Dutch sitting in 4th, and then back a little bit further to the very young France 2 crew. So this British crew, they are the reigning world champions. Started off a little bit slowly. They were 4th through 500. Now moving through a new look Australian crew with only Alex Hill still in the boat from the gold medal winning Tokyo Olympics.
So a lot of changes here in some of these combinations. Great to see the Australians putting it up in the first half of this race to the GB crew. Great response from GB crew to come back and challenge and take into the lead now. They've gone into the lead, taking that first qualifying spot ahead of Australia. They're the 1 and 2. It'll be a nice birthday present for Freddie Davison, celebrating his birthday this weekend, and he's doing all he can in the stroke C, taking his crew with him. Camilla, as they come into the finish, great response from them coming through 1,000. Back in the lead here, leading it out ahead of Australia.
Yeah, classic performance from the GB men's 4 to really put in the work in the third 500 to come through the field with Freddie Davidson at the helm of that crew. They're up at 40 strokes a minute now, trying to hold off another late surge from the Australians, who have gone again up to 44 strokes a minute. And we're going to have 3 crews for 2 places here. Australia might just surge on the line. We're going to wait to see the confirmation of that result. But the top 2 through to the A final, it will be France 1 missing out certainly by about half a length. Indeed, it is Australia that take the win there in that second heat of the men's 4. Great Britain will have to settle for second by 0.03 of a second. France will be the third crew over the line ahead of the Netherlands and France too.
Ja, was für ein Rennen von Australien. Sie schlagen die Weltmeister in diesem zweiten Vorlauf im Männer Vierone. Alex Hill, der Olympiasieger, zeigt, warum er Olympiasieger geworden ist. Er macht hier einen fantastischen Eindruck in diesem neu formierten australischen Vierone. Australien und Großbritannien direkt im A-Finale. Wir sehen sie also am Sonntag wieder.
We move now from men's fours to women's singles. The first heat of the women's singles scull will be the top two through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Caroline Florijn of the Netherlands. In lane 2, Victoria Senkute of Lithuania. In lane 3, Akoko Komlanvi of Togo. In lane 4 for Czechia, Alice Prokasova. In lane 5, also for Lithuania, Jeva Adamova-Kaite. And in lane 6 for Brazil, Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso.
Wir kommen zum Frauen-Einer und da im ersten Vorlauf haben wir die Niederlande, Litauen 2, Togo, Tschechien, Litauen und Brasilien am Start gehabt. Bei der 500-Meter-Marke war es nicht ganz überraschend. Die Weltmeisterin aus den Niederlanden, Caroline Florijn, welche das Feld angeführt hat. Mit über 2 Sekunden Vorsprung ist sie da darüber gefahren und sie baut ihren Vorsprung weiter aus vor der Litauerin Jeva Adomavi und dahinter dann auf dem dritten Platz momentan das Boot aus der Tschechien.
Well, following the fall of the Romanian women's double at the European Championships on their unbeaten streak, arguably, Richie, I think we've got the most dominant female crew in the world out in the lead of this women's single scull heat.
We do, but we have an unusual sight going with it, and that is someone with an overlap of Caroline Florijn coming through the 1,000 metre mark, having a fantastic rate. It's Victoria Senkute of Lithuania, just a half a length off the pace of Florijn. They're the 1 and 2, looking good to qualify into the semi-finals. Back then to the second Lithuanian sculler, Adam Ivchuche, in a third at the moment, ahead of Brazil, Czechia and Togo, one of the development crews in 6th place. Great to have them competing here and hopefully get a lot of support as they come in towards run into the finish. But really unusual here to see Caroline Florijn under so much pressure. A really great race from Senkute in second.
1200 Meter sind gerudert und es führt ziemlich sicher Caroline Florijn. Aber sie wird verfolgt von Victoria Senkute und der zweiten Litauerin Jeva Adomavičiūtė. Beide Litauerinnen, aber die sind eigentlich schon relativ weit zurück. Senkute mit mehr als einer Länge und Adomavičiūtė mit etwa 3 Längen Rückstand. Dann haben wir an 4. Stelle die Tschechoslowakin Prokasova, die ebenfalls bei den finalen Qualifikationsrennen mitgerudert hat, aber auch keinen Platz für Olympia holen konnte, der ja von der Schweizerin Aurelia Maxima Jansen geholt wurde. Und sie werden wir ja auch noch sehen in den Vorläufen. Also Niederlande vor Litauen 2 und Litauen 1.
So it's still Caroline Florijn from the Netherlands, but still Victoria Senkute with the overlap coming up now to the 1,500 metre timing point. And I would suggest that we're not going to see much between them. It's less than a second and a half between Florijn and Senkute. Adomavičiūtė from Lithuania sitting in 3rd place as well. And then she's just ahead of Cunha Tavares Cardoso. And then Prokasova from Czechia sitting in 4th place ahead of Cunha Tavares Cardoso. And then Komlanvi from Togo sitting in 6th place. Komlanvi has qualified for Paris. She qualified through the African qualification regatta. So we'll see her racing in a couple of months in Paris.
Fantastic, great to hear. Looking back up the field now, we can still see Florijn holding on to the lead, but she's not having it her own way with the Senkute of Lithuania. Still put up on the pressure here. Senkute, 6th, of course, in last year's World Championship, 6th in the most recent Europeans. So she's having the race of her life here to come up and challenge Caroline Florijn in the run-in towards the finish. These two looking good, as it's Clearwater then back to the chasing pack of the second Lithuanian sculler, Czechia, Brazil and Togo as well, back in 4th to 6th. As the run-in towards the finish, an unusual sight here, Camilla, to see Florijn coming under increased pressure.
Yeah, it really is. She's definitely not been challenged by any scullers to this margin for some time. And so a really impressive performance here for Victoria Senkuta, sitting in that second qualifying spot behind the Netherlands through to the AB semi-finals directly. It's then the other sculler of Adomova Chute of Lithuania that sits in third, and then Prokesova of Czechia in lane number 4, following in fourth.
Es ist etwas ungewöhnlich, ein Boot so nahe an Caroline Florijn zu sehen, aber sie kontrolliert dieses Rennen und ist mittlerweile nur noch mit Schlagzahl 31 unterwegs und gewinnt diesen ersten Vorlauf im Frauen-Einer als die Weltmeisterin einmal mehr ganz vorne auf den zweiten Platz und dann ebenfalls damit direkt im Halbfinal AB Victoria Senkute aus Litauen.
So the top 2 confirmed there, but just a length separating Florijn of the Netherlands from Victoria Senkute of Lithuania. It will then be over the line for Adomova Chute of Lithuania, followed closely by Prokesova. It will then be over in lane number 6, Kunya Tavares Cardoso, and then finally Komlanvi of Togo, just entering the final 250 metres. So as Con Lamvi finishes her heat of the women's singles sculls, next up we're going to go to heat 2. In lane 1, Switzerland's Janssen. In lane 2, Glover of Great Britain. In lane 3, Farlish of Germany. Förster of Germany in lane 4, Twig of New Zealand in lane 5, and Hong Kong China's Hung in lane 6.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Frauen-Einer, da haben wir auf der ersten Bahn aus der Schweiz Aurelia Maxima Janssen, die junge Bernerin, welche erst vor wenigen Tagen ihr Olympiaticket noch gelöst hat. Sie hat nun die Chance, wiederum gegen die Besten der Welt anzutreten. Das erste Mal an der Lucerne Regatta unterwegs. Macht sie schon auf den ersten 500 Meter einen guten Eindruck. Sie ist momentan auf dem zweiten Platz hinter der Olympiasiegerin Emma Twig. Daneben noch im Rennen ist die Britin Lucy Glover und dann die beiden Deutschen Alexandra Förster und Juliane Faralisch und dann komplettieren tut das Feld die Hongkong-Chinesin Hung Wing Yan Winne.
Well, through the halfway marker, no surprise to see Emma Twig out in front, but she's been pestered pretty tightly by Alexandra Förster of Germany, Richie.
Yeah, just as she came through the 1,000 metre mark, she gave a little glance over to her right as if to say, what are you guys still doing here in contact with me? Because she's not shaking off the challenge that's coming. Förster has moved from third into second in the last few hundred metres, and Farlish has moved from fourth into third. Janssen moving from second back to fourth. So those positions have jostled about coming through 1,000 metre mark. Emma Twig leading it out here, though. The question is, what has Janssen got to get back into contention?
Ja, das ist wirklich die Frage. Kann Aurelia Maxima Janssen noch auf den ersten oder zweiten halbfinalberechtigten Platz rudern? Im Moment sieht es nicht gerade danach aus, denn es führt Emma Twig vor Alexandra Förster. Aber diese beiden Boote sind sehr, sehr nahe beieinander. Etwa nur eine halbe Länge trennt die beiden. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle die zweite deutsche Ruderin Juliane Faralisch, die knapp vor Aurelia Maxima Janssen rudert, ebenfalls etwa mit einer halben Länge Vorsprung. Dann an vierter Stelle dann an fünfter Stelle Lucy Glover und am Schluss des Feldes Hung Wing aus Hongkong.
So the reigning Olympic champion Emma Twig out in front, but still only a couple of metres between her and Alexandra Förster from Germany. Förster has really put on, had some good results this season. She was second at World Cup 1 at Varese and also second at the European Championships at Szeged in the last few weeks. So certainly with some good form, and now starting to close in to Emma Twig in first place. So there's less than half of a second, and it's been about that for the entire way down, about half a second between the two leading scullers in the 500, the 1,000 and the 1500 metres. Third place is Fadalisch from Germany, and then back to Janssen from Switzerland in fourth, Glover from Great Britain in fifth, and then Hung from Hong Kong in sixth place.
So unusual to see the scullers so close together as they come in towards the finish. Normally they have opened up leads and we can see clear water between them, but a really tight race here coming down towards the line, and it still looks like Emma Twigg in full control here, but a great race from Forster, who's very much the informed sculler as well, pushing all the way here. They look good for 1 and 2, but all of the other crews within striking distance. The only thing is there's only so much you can do in the last few hundred metres of a sculling race, so it's looking good so far for Twigg and Forster. They're the 1 and 2 in the run in towards the finish.
Yeah, I was just thinking, what's in it for Forster here to try and challenge Emma Twigg, the Olympic champion? And I think given there's another German sculler in this heat, it's probably to try and put on a performance to impress the coaches and show that she deserves that spot as the German women's single sculler. But they're so close coming here in front of the grandstands. Still overlap between the two sculls, although that's disappearing with every single stroke. Twigg puts a little bit more distance into Germany in those top 2 spots into the AB semi-finals.
Nur noch wenige Meter bis zur Ziellinie und es ist die Olympiasiegerin Emma Twigg, welche hier diesen zweiten Vorlauf im Frauen-Einer gewinnen wird vor der deutschen Vize-Europameisterin Alexandra Förster. Am Schluss haben sie dann doch nicht mehr ganz bis zur Ziellinie gespurtet. Dahinter dann auf dem 3. Platz und bald dann heute Nachmittag nochmals im Hoffnungslauf zu sehen, die Schweizerin Aurelia Maxima Janssen.
Third place to cross the line, but unfortunately not enough to make those AB semi-finals directly. It will be the repechage for Aurelia Maxima Katharina Janssen of Switzerland, and then the rest of the crews trickling in now. Fourth was Fadalisch of Germany, followed by then Lucy Glover of Great Britain in fifth, and then Hung Winyam Win of Hong Kong, China, finally concluding this field. We're going to motor quickly back up the course because the next heat and final heat of the women's singles already at 1,200 metres gone. Uzbekistan in 1, Cuba in 2, then an individual neutral athlete in 3, the USA in 4, the USA 2 in 5 and Australia 1 in lane 6.
Im dritten und letzten Vorlauf haben wir Usbekistan, Kuba, eine neutrale Athletin, die USA 2 und Australien 1 mit am Start. Und die Boote sind schon bei der 1000-Meter-Marke durchgefahren.
Well, one of the top 3 from last year's World Championships out at the head of this field, Richie.
Yeah, great to see Tara Rigney competing here and leading it out at the moment. Nothing has changed from the start through 1,000 and coming up on 1,500 metres. It's Australia 1, Uzbekistan in second place. Kohler of USA 1 in third, ahead of the neutral athlete, the second USA sculler in fifth, and then Cuba back in sixth. So they're coming up on the 1,500 metre mark. Looking good here for Tara Rigney. Similar to Emma Twigg, leading it out, but not having clear water just yet, having that overlap. So great to see how close the scullers are racing here in the heats of the women's single scull, already lining up to be a fantastic semi-final and final.
Tara Rigney führt ganz knapp vor Anna Prakaten. Diese beiden Boote sind nur etwa durch eine Länge getrennt. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle dann Tatjana Klimovic. Dann vierte, die zweite US-amerikanische Ruderin Alina Hagström. Und praktisch an letzter Stelle dann Kuba mit Garcia Cobas. Aber an der Spitze immer noch ein hartes Duell, ein wirklich schwieriges Rennen für Tara Rigney. Sie konnte sich etwas lösen von Anna Prakaten, die ja auch eine sehr gute Ruderin ist und schon in vielen Finals gestanden hat, auch schon hier am Rotsee. Also wird sich hier, diese beiden werden sich wahrscheinlich durchsetzen und die 2 halbfinalberechtigten Plätze holen. An dritter Stelle dann Tatjana Klimovic.
So Tara Rigney with that lead, extending it out through the third 500 metres ahead of Anna Prakaten, and then Tatjana Klimovic in third place. Caracola a little bit off the pace, last year's fourth place at the World Championships. Then Alina Hagström and Yariulvis Cobas Garcia in sixth.
So all to play for here still when they move into the semi-finals. As expected, Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia winning. It looks like those top spots, but great to see that Lithuania, Germany and Uzbekistan are putting it up to those scullers. So all to play once we get into the semis and finals. It's lining up to be a fantastic finish. And as they come in towards this final heat interview, it's Tara Rigney still leading it out, but coming under pressure again from Uzbekistan. She's pushed on in the last 500 metres, so looking good for Tara, but she's taken that Uzbeki scholar with her.
Yeah, Tara Rigney is looking composed here out in front for Australia, but there is still a race on for that second spot through to the AB semi-final as Anna Prakatan of Uzbekistan tries desperately to cling on by a canvas ahead of Klimovic, the neutral athlete, and she will do. It was a real race to the line there to try and avoid the repechage at all costs, but it's Klimovic that will have that fate. Ahead then of Cara Kola, who is winding it down. She's at 26 strokes a minute, wanting to conserve all of that energy, ready for the repechages later on this weekend, and she'll be followed across the line by her teammate and compatriot of the USA, Alina Hagstrom.
Den dritten Vorlauf im Fraueneiner hat die Australierin Tara Rigney gewonnen, im letzten Jahr Bronze an der WM. Jetzt der erste Auftritt in dieser Olympiasaison und es schaut so aus, dass sie schon ganz gut in Form ist. Ebenfalls ganz gut in Form ist Anna Prakatan aus Usbekistan, auch bekannt und als Hanna Prakatsen aus Russland. Sie hat nun wieder die Form gefunden, nachdem sie in den letzten Jahren nicht ganz so gut in Form war. Die Vize-Olympiasiegerin, damals noch für Russland, jetzt für Usbekistan und ebenfalls morgen dann im Halbfinale.
Another quick motor up to the 1K marker because we've already got the first heat of the men's single sculls on. Top four through to the quarterfinal, so the race not to be last here. In lane 1, Pfeiffer of Slovenia. In lane 2, Vasilev of Bulgaria. In lane 3, Tuskos of Greece. In lane 4, Peebles of Zimbabwe. And in lane 5, Mamatkulov of Uzbekistan.
Im ersten Vorlauf im Männereiner haben wir Slowenien, Bulgarien, Griechenland, Zimbabwe und Usbekistan mit am Start. Und bei der 1000-Meter-Marke war es der Olympiasieger, der ganz vorne gerudert ist.
Well, Richie, tell us the story of what's going on in this men's single heat.
Well, nothing has changed coming through the start 500 and 1000. They're all in the same positions that they went off in, and leading it out, no surprise, it is Tuskos of Greece in first place, ahead of Bulgaria, Vasil in second place at the moment, Pfeiffer in third for Slovenia, Uzbekistan in fourth. They're looking good. The only scholar then in danger of not moving into the quarterfinals is Peebles of Zimbabwe. So coming through, coming up shortly on the 1500 metre mark, it's no surprise to see Tuskos leaving it out ahead just by Vasilev of Bulgaria. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment.
Bei der 1400 Meter Marke führt Tuskos mit einer Länge Vorsprung vor Vasilev. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle Pfeiffer, vierter Mamatkulov und am Schluss des Feldes Andrew Peebles aus Zimbabwe. 4 Ruderer kommen durch in den Viertelfinal und es scheint so, dass wenn Andrew Peebles noch in den Viertelfinal kommen muss, er noch eine Länge wettmachen muss auf den Usbeken Mamatkulov. An der Spitze aber Tuskos vor Vasilev und Pfeiffer.
The reigning Olympic gold medalist Stefanos Tukos is from Greece out in front. And as Richie said earlier, there hasn't been any change at all through the 500, 1000 and now the 1500. So it's Tuskos, Vasilev, Pfeiffer, Mamatkulov and Peebles, our 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Andrew Peebles from Zimbabwe. He is about 10 metres back from the Uzbeki sculler, so he does have a bit of a sprint needed if he is to go directly through to the quarterfinal in this first heat of the men's single sculls.
So unusual qualifications here because there's 23 entries in the men's single sculls, which is why we are having quarterfinals as well as semi-finals. So rather cruelly, one crew not going to get through here. And at the moment, Camilla, when they come in towards the run into the finish, the 4 looking good. It's Greece, Bulgaria, Slovenia and Uzbekistan. And the one to miss out and going through to be eliminated, unfortunately, looks like Andrew Peebles of Zimbabwe.
Yeah, luck of the draw. Having the Olympic champion lining up alongside you must always be a nerve-wracking thought here for these scullers. And it is unfortunately Andrew Peebles of Zimbabwe, which is the sculler currently in that disappointing fifth and final spot that would not qualify for the quarterfinals. But as is the way with the men's single, so tough, so many entries. But Tuskos commanding a one-length lead ahead of Vasilev at the front of the field.
Ja, der Olympiasieger Stefanos Tuskos, er hat hier alles klar gemacht. Eine Länge hat er sich vor den Bulgaren Kristan Vasilev gesetzt und gewinnt diesen ersten Vorlauf im Männer-Einer. Dahinter dann der Slowene Filip Matej Pfeiffer, ebenfalls im Viertelfinale, und auch der Ruderer auf der Bahn 5 aus Usbekistan, Mamad Kulov, ebenfalls mit dabei. Nicht dabei ist der Ruderer Peebles aus Zimbabwe.
Next up, we've got the second heat of the men's single sculls. There are a number of heats, 6, I believe, taking place in this men's single. And unfortunately, the last in each will be eliminated and the end of their regatta beckons. But 4 scullers now lining up. It's Italy's Niels Torre in 1, Kormazayev of Uzbekistan in 2, Nakov of Bulgaria in 3, and Oliver Zeidler of Germany in lane 4.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Männer-Einer haben wir Italien, Usbekistan 1, Bulgarien 2 und Deutschland 1 am Start.
Well, we've seen some interesting results this morning already, Richie, and another one approaching you right now is Oliver Zeidler, currently being led out by the Bulgarian sculler.
Yeah, it's Noikov who has led off of the start, holding on to more than a second lead coming through 1,000 metres with Zeidler in second place. As they came through 1,000, Zeidler pushing back and just half a canvas separating them. They're the 1 and 2. Niels Torre of Italy in third place at the moment, just ahead then of the Uzbeki sculler. So all to play for here for the 3 qualifying spots between Italy and Uzbekistan, with Uzbekistan within striking distance. But an unfamiliar sight for us here to see Ollie Zeidler under a little bit of pressure, but responding well in the last 100 metres.
1200 Meter sind zurückgelegt und es führt jetzt Olli Zeidler, der auf den ersten 1000 Metern noch hinter dem Bulgaren Emil Nakov lag. Aber genau bei 1000 Meter hat er zu Emil Nakov rübergeschaut und hat gesehen, dass er einen kleinen Rückstand hat und hat sofort die Schlagzahl von 31 auf 35 angehoben. Jetzt ist er bei 38 Schlägen pro Minute und konnte Emil Nakov jetzt schon mit 1,5 Längen distanzieren. An dritter Stelle dann Niels Torre und am Schluss des Feldes und wahrscheinlich, er wird ausscheiden, ist der Usbeke Kolumurosaev.
So through the 1,000, it was Emil Nakov from Bulgaria who had the lead, but you could see as they went past us here at the 1,000-metre mark that Ollie Zeidler was just starting to stretch his legs out, so to speak. So he is now in the lead. They're coming up to the 1,500-metre timing point, and there's now a bit of clear water between first and second. So Zeidler crossing over the 1,500-metre mark, well and truly in the lead, ahead almost 6 seconds. He's made up over Nakov in second place. Niels Torre, he's had a good couple of results in the lightweight men's single scull, now rowing up in the opens. He's sitting in third place with the Uzbeki sculler Kolmurazev in fourth place and looking like he will be eliminated from this event.
So what a change of pace we've seen here coming through 1,000. Ollie just gave a little glance over to his right and check in on the other crews as they came through 1,000 and really changed gears then to go from a second place and open up at nearly a 6-second lead through in 500 metres. Just shows the calibre of our current world and European champion. And he pushes on again here, opening up that lead. And in second place, Noikov doing all the running in the early half of the race. Now in second place and coming under increased pressure from Niels Torre, now moving up into challenge. They've pushed each other on here and they have pushed away from the other crews as well. So it's Niels Torre in second ahead of the Noikov sculler Bulgaria in third, and unfortunately looks like Camilla, the crew losing out here, the Uzbeki sculler back in fourth place, not going to advance onto the quarters.
Yeah, I think there's enough space between our top three and Uzbekistan's Kulmazayev to see the top three safely through to the quarterfinals. I think Nakov has burnt a little bit of oil keeping up with Zeidler in the first half of the course, and he has slipped back now behind Niels Torre of Italy. But the story of the race being concluded here with a win for Olli Zeidler, as you'd expect on paper here, the German world and European champion, as you've mentioned, will have a length in hand over the line.
Der zweite Vorlauf im Männer-Einer geht an den Weltmeister Oliver Zeidler. Er gewinnt dieses Rennen vor dem Italiener Niels Torre auf Rang 3. Dann Emil Nakov. Emil Nakov is quite famous, or we have to say his mother is quite famous. Romania Nakova, the Olympic champion from 2008. He went out quite fast in this race and couldn't hold his pace throughout the whole race, but the quarterfinal is safe also for Emil Nakov.
Another cruel heat in the men's singles scull here. Just one sculler to be eliminated from the competition and 4 lining up at the start line. Simon van Dorp of the Netherlands in 1, Ezra Karlsson of the USA in 2, Lucas Vertain-Ferreira of Brazil in 3 and Bruno Quadruple of Uruguay in lane 4.
Im dritten Vorlauf im Männer-Einer haben wir die Niederlande, USA 2, Brasilien und Uruguay am Start. Und es ist der Vize-Weltmeister aus den Niederlanden, Simon van Dorp, welcher dieses Rennen anführt. And yesterday, Simon van Dorp, he capsized during training, I heard.
Did he? Good bit of insight there, Michael. Well, he's not capsizing at the moment because he's about to come past Richie at the 1,000, very much in the lead.
Very much in the lead and in full control here, but he's pushing on. He's up at 37, 38 strokes per minute. He's got clear water ahead of the chasing pack, then Uruguay in second ahead of Brazil, and back to USA in third. So Simon van Dorp, big powerful rower, sits very tall in the boat as well. He's leading it out here in full control, and it looks like, as we said, the Oni Scholar not looking to move on to the final. Looks like USA at the moment, but they're within striking distance of Brazil, so anything can happen in the last few hundred metres.
Mit einer Schlagzahl von 36 Schlägen überquert Simon van Dorp die 1200-Meter-Marke und er führt ganz deutlich das Feld an vor dem Uruguayaner Quadruple Perillo. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle den Brasilianer Vertain-Ferreira und am Schluss des Feldes Ezra Karlsson, USA 2. Aber ganz klare Führung von etwa 2,5 Längen von Simon van Dorp vor Quadruple Perillo aus Uruguay.
Simon van Dorp, the reigning World Championship silver medalist in the single sculls, leading out this heat at the moment, looking very comfortable out in front. The big battle is on now for the minor placings and not finishing in 4th place. So the Uruguayan sculler, Bruno Quadruple is sitting in 2nd place, and then Lucas Vertain-Ferreira from Brazil in 3rd, Ezra Karlsson from the USA in 4th place. But he has been just making up a little bit of ground every now and then, just dropping off the pace, though, to Vertain-Ferreira. So it's about 10 metres between the two as they come through the 1,500 metre timing point. It's only a couple of seconds between Brazil and the USA in 3rd and 4th place, with it all to play for. Finish in 4th, you're eliminated from this event, so we'll keep an eye out at the back of the field.
Really tough racing here to be eliminated, not have the option in the repechage. So it's all for nothing here for Karlsson. If he's going to go, he's going to have to go now to get back into contention and challenge Brazil for their 3rd qualifying spot into the quarter-final. Still no doubt about the leader there, Simon van Dorp, in full control through the start, 500, 1,000 and 1,500. He's opened up nearly a 9-second lead over Uruguay in 2nd place. They're the 1 and 2, and Camilla, it's all going to come down to that 3rd qualifying spot. Have we got a sprint finish from Karlsson to get that 3rd spot?
Well, it's not been unleashed yet. He's still at 35 strokes a minute, which coming into this final 250, we would expect maybe a little bit more on the rating to try and elicit that boat speed. And the gap currently just 9 metres, 10 metres now. I think the Brazilian responding here. Pr2 and Pr3 has qualified for the Olympic Games in this scull through the Continental Regatta. So we'd expect him to be an on-form athlete. But out at the front of the field, never in doubt for Simon van Dorp, who is definitely dry approaching the finish line here for the Netherlands.
Ja, Simon van Dorp aus den Niederlanden. Er hat nun die Schlagzahl deutlich erniedrigt. Mit einer Schlagzahl von 25 Schlägen pro Minute fährt er hier einem Sieg entgegen. Dahinter gibt es noch einen Kampf um den zweiten und dritten Rang. Momentan ist es der Ruderer aus Uruguay sowie Brasilien, welche sich hier für das Viertelfinale qualifizieren.
So the top three through to the quarter-final, it will be the Netherlands, Uruguay and Brazil. And unfortunately not enough there for the American Ezra Carlson to keep himself in the competition for this weekend. That will be his last race here at Lucerne. The fourth of 6 heats in the men's single scull on the course now. Zalati, the individual neutral athlete, in lane 1. Tayeb of Tunisia in 2. Nielsen of Denmark in 3. And then Mercier of Belgium in lane number 4.
Im vierten Vorlauf im Männer-Einer haben wir einen neutralen Athleten auf der Bahn 1, Tunesien auf Bahn 2, Dänemark auf Bahn 3 und Belgien 2 auf Bahn 4.
Coming up to halfway now, it's the individual neutral athlete Zalati. It seems at the moment, Richie, coming into view of you.
Yeah, similar scenario to the previous race where we saw Van Dorp leading it out with Clearwater. Same here for Zalatny of the neutral athlete. Has opened up a Clearwater lead in control here, and then the battle is really on for the other positions. Coming through the 1,000-metre mark, Mercier of Belgium moving into second place from third, and Tayeb of Tunisia back in third, with Sverre Nielsen of Denmark back in fourth. The sculler at the moment who has everything to do to make sure that they're not eliminated and get back into contention for the quarter-final spot. Unusual to see Sverre Nielsen back in the cruise here in second, coming through 500, now back in fourth, and let's see what he can do in the last half of this race.
Eine ganz ungewohnte Situation für Sverre Nielsen. Er liegt an 4. Stelle und wäre also eliminiert, wenn er so durchs Ziel fahren würde. Letztes Jahr war er noch auf dem Podest der Rotsee-Regatta. Heute muss er um die Qualifikation bangen. Aber ich bange eigentlich nicht, denn ich glaube, er wird seine beiden Gegner noch, oder mindestens einen Gegner noch unter Kontrolle halten können. In Führung ist Zalatny, der neutrale Athlet, und zwar mit einer Länge Vorsprung auf die 3 weiteren Boote. An 2. Stelle momentan haben wir den Belgier Gaston Mercier, und Sverre Nielsen ist jetzt bereits Dritter, und am Schluss des Feldes Mohamed Tayeb aus Tunesien.
Coming up to the 1,500-metre mark, it is still Zalatny with that lead. But it is starting to go down a little bit. We're seeing Mercier from Belgium sitting in second place at the moment. Then a little bit of a push from Sverre Nielsen from Denmark, moving out of danger and into third place as they go through the 1,500-metre timing point. Mohamed Tayeb from Tunisia in that fourth and elimination place in this fourth heat of the men's single scull. So Zalatny out in front, Mercier in second place, Nielsen in third, Tayeb from Tunisia in fourth place. Just dropping off the pace a little bit. He's done well. He was sitting in third place through the 1,000 metres. Will be at the Olympics after qualifying through the African qualification regatta. But unfortunately, it does look like, as things stand, that he might be out from the World Cup too.
So very little between the middle pack, but no doubt about the leader. Zalatny pushing on here again, has led from the start and coming under increased pressure from Gaston Mercier of Belgium. But Zalatny responding again and continues to hold on to the lead with a nice comfortable 15 metres between first and second at the moment. Denmark now moving in to that second spot, so a really solid second half of the race here from Nielsen of Denmark. He's though second place at the moment, ahead then of Mercier, pushed back into third, and Tia back in fourth. So looking good here for the qualifying spots, and unfortunately it looks like the Tunisian sculler, the one to lose out here, Camilla.
Yeah, Zalati has really pushed on since his debut on the senior stage just last year. Before that was an under-23 sculler, but showing that he's potentially one to watch here at the Paris Games this summer. But he's leading out Sverre Nielsen of Denmark. That's a real turnaround there, but so close for that elimination spot. Tayeb coming right back into it towards the line. He's challenging the Belgian, but is going to fall a few centimetres shy of that third and final qualification spot to the quarterfinals.
Es ist der neutrale Athlet Zalatny, welcher dieses Rennen hier im vierten Vorlauf im Männerrennen gewinnt. Dahinter dann Dänemark und Belgien. Nicht mehr dabei wird Tunesien sein im den nächsten Rennen, welches wir dann heute Nachmittag sehen.
Yet another heat of the men's single sculls now on the course. 4 scullers, 3 places through to the quarterfinals. And in lane 1, we've got Tom McIntosh of New Zealand. In lane 2, we've got Cardano Blanco of Cuba, Brice of Belgium in 3, and Alazada of Bermuda in lane number 4.
Im fünften Vorlauf haben wir Neuseeland, Kuba, Belgien 1 und Bermudas auf der Strecke.
It looks very close out at the front of this field, and Tom McIntosh, the world medalist, being pushed hard here by the former lightweight Tim Brice.
Yeah, just coming up on the 1,000 metre mark, and Tim Brice is having a real go at it here. He's taken the rate up again as he comes up to the 1,000 metre mark, up at 36, 37 strokes per minute compared to Thomas McIntosh, down at 34. Half a length separating the two of them, with New Zealand leading it out. Then it's Clearwater back to the sculler from Cuba, and Bermuda back in third and fourth at the moment. So 2 races opening up here, and again, one to be eliminated. Unfortunately, at the moment, it looks like Bermuda, but he's within striking distance of Cuba, so all to play for there. And a really interesting tussle here now between McIntosh and Brice, the former lightweight sculler, as Camilla was saying, now in contention here, and just half a canvas between the two of them.
Das Feld hat sich auseinandergezogen. In Führung haben wir 2 Boote, nämlich Thomas McIntosh aus Neuseeland und Tim Brice aus Belgien. Sie sind nur durch eine halbe Länge voneinander getrennt. Dann haben wir aber schon eine größere Lücke von mehr als einer Länge zu den beiden übrigen Ruderern aus Kuba und Bermuda. Auch diese liegen noch nahe beieinander, denn es geht ja darum, dass man den 3. Platz für den Viertelfinalseinzug erreichen sollte. Im Moment sieht es besser für Cardano Blanco aus Kuba aus, aber es wird sich zeigen, ob Dara Alizada noch einen sehr schnellen Endspurt in den Händen hat oder eben nicht. In Führung aber Thomas McIntosh for Team Brice.
Tom McIntosh from New Zealand out in front. Tim Brice from Belgium still holding on. He's not letting go, not letting Tom get too far away. And then the battle for third and fourth. It's Rudy Cardona Blanca and Dara Alizade from Bermuda. So Cuba and Bermuda. Dara Alizade actually spent his festive period down in Sydney, rowing with Sydney University Boat Club and competing at a number of regattas down in Sydney as a way to help him train before the Americas qualifiers, where he was able to qualify the single scull for Bermuda. So another person that will be at the Paris Olympics. But with 400 metres or so to go, it's still Tom McIntosh leading out Tim Brice, Rudy Cardona Blanco in third place. But again, only a boat length between third and fourth. Alizade from Bermuda in fourth. Has he got the sprint to be able to get close?
So a tale of two races for you here, Camilla. When they come in towards the finish with New Zealand and Belgium battling it out, you do feel that Tim Bryce has been going full throttle to try Cape in contention with McIntosh. And McIntosh down at 30 strokes per minute looks in full control here. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and the battle on between Cuba and Bermuda for the qualifying spot. It's going to come down to the line.
It is, in these two battles with very different results. The battle for first will still keep you in the competition, but a matter of pride. And that battle at the back is to stay in the competition, to stay here in Lucerne. And Bermuda's Dara Alizada has come right back here at the Cuban Cardona Blanco, and just a matter of a metre or so separating now as they come into the final 100 metres.
Ja, Platz 1 und 2, die beiden Plätze sind wohl vergeben an Neuseeland und Belgien, aber dahinter gibt es einen großen Kampf um den dritten und ebenfalls vierten finalberechtigten Platz. Kann sich hier Dara Alizada noch durchsetzen und nach vorne fahren? Im Moment sieht es so aus, dass Cardona Blanco aus Kuba nochmals reagieren kann und beschleunigen kann und somit seinen dritten Platz sichern kann und damit die direkte Viertelfinalqualifikation.
McIntosh has managed to keep Brice at bay, who has now succumbed to his place in second. He'll cross the line for Belgium, right down on the rating. Cuba wins out that battle for third and that final spot through to the quarter-final, leaving Alizada as the final place sculler to be eliminated from the competition. Next up, we've got the sixth and final heat of the men's single sculls underway. It's 4 boats once again, 2 Lithuanian scullers in 1 and 2, Belashkas and Nemravicius for Lithuania. It's then the USA's Michael Nippen in lane 3 and Paul Berghoff of Germany in lane 4.
Im 6. und letzten Vorlauf im Männer-Einer haben wir Litauen 1 und Litauen 2 auf Bahn 1 und 2 und dann die USA 1 auf Bahn 3 und Deutschland 2 auf Bahn 4.
Well, Richie, I think the race not to be lost here, extremely tight through the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, no doubt about the leader here. Belkousis has pushed on and he's opened up more than 4 lengths of clear water between him and the chasing pack. But it's all going to be down to who is not going to lose out here. There's just a length of a boat separating second, third and fourth. Coming through, it's Berghoff in Germany. Now moving into second place in third, coming through 500 into second and setting himself up nicely to shake off the challengers that are there from Knippen of USA and Noravikis of Lithuania back in fourth place. All within striking distance here, so all play for one to be eliminated. And at the moment, it's the second Lithuanian sculler back in fourth place at the moment, but only half a length between him and the other crews that are there in the mix for those quarter-final spots. Looking good so far for Lithuania. Belarus leading it out, and all to play for then between Berghoff of Germany, Knippen of USA, and Nemravicius of Lithuania for that quarter-final spot.
1200 Meter sind zurückgelegt und es liegt ganz klar in Führung Bieliauskas aus Litauen 1. Dann haben wir an zweiter Stelle Paul Berghoff aus Deutschland mit etwa 2,5 Längen zurück. Aber er liegt gleich auf praktisch mit Michael Nippen und Dovydas Nemravicius aus Litauen 2, Michael Klippen aus den USA. Es wird sich also hier noch auf den letzten 600 Metern zeigen, wer den größeren Atem hat, wer mehr Kraft auf die Skulls bringt, wer sich noch vor der Elimination aus dem Rennen schützen kann.
Bieliauskas from Lithuania in the lead coming up to the 1,500 metres, and then it's a lovely little battle going on between Paul Berghoff from Germany and Michael Nippen from USA in second and third. They've been matching it bow ball to bow ball the entire way down the course as we just see Bieliauskas go through in first place. He's got 5 seconds ahead of Nippen and Berghoff, and then Nemravicius from Lithuania, the second Lithuanian sculler in this heat. He is sitting in fourth place at the moment and just starting to drop off a little bit. So he's dropped down by nearly 2 seconds over that third 500 metres, and it will take a very big sprint if he's able to go through to qualify for the quarterfinals of this men's single scull. So Bieliauskas in the lead, Nippen and Berghoff from USA in Germany battling it out for second and third. It'll be a fascinating finish coming up there.
Absolutely, and I think it's that push between Nippen and Berghoff. They were matching each other, as he said there, stroke for stroke, and bow ball for bow ball coming down the course, and that little tussle that they've had have allowed him to shake off the other Lithuanian sculler and push him back into fourth place. Too much clear water, I think, for him to get back into contention here. So looking good for Lithuania 1, USA and Germany. They're the three qualifying crews looking to close out the heats of the men's single sculls and give us our final lineup for the quarterfinals.
Yes, and some funny things can happen in single sculls. We can see real turn of pace, especially in the final 250 metres. But it would be something of a miracle here to see Nemravicius take on the rest of this field. The top three spots look reasonably solidified here, with Bieliauskas of Lithuania leading out the American Nippen and Berghoff of Germany in a nice line formation.
Im sechsten Vorlauf, kurz vor der Ziellinie, ist es Bieliauskas aus Litauen, welcher hier die beste Position hat und in diesem Moment über die Ziellinie fährt. Er gewinnt dieses Rennen und wird schon bald im Viertelfinale wieder zu sehen sein, zusammen mit dem Amerikaner Nippen und dem Deutschen Berghoff. Nicht mehr dabei wird das zweite Boot aus Litauen sein.
The first heat of the lightweight women's double sculls now on the course, and the progression system here, the top two going straight through to the A final, with the remainder of crews going through to the repechage. The first five crews lining up in heat one are for Ireland in lane number one, Aoife Casey and Mags Kremen. In lane two, Emily Craig and Imogen Grant for Great Britain. Shannon Cox and Jackie Kiddle for New Zealand in lane number three. Khadija Krimi and Selma Daadi of Tunisia in lane four. And Emi Hiruchi and Ayami Oshii of Japan in lane number 5.
In diesem ersten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichts-Frauendoppelzweier haben wir Irland, Großbritannien, Neuseeland, Tunesien und Japan am Start. Die ersten beiden Boote werden sich direkt für das A-Finale qualifizieren. Die ersten zwei Boote, für das A-Finale, die anderen drei Boote dann werden wir morgen im Hoffnungslauf wieder sehen. Und momentan sind es die Weltmeisterinnen aus Großbritannien, welche dieses Rennen hier anführen. Imogen Grant und Emily Craig, sie zeigen hier, dass sie wieder in Form sind, nachdem die Bugfrau Emily Craig an der EM aus dem Boot genommen werden musste, da sie krank wurde. Und jetzt also sind sie wieder zusammen und wieder in Form.
Well, after the European Championships, where Great Britain had to race with a sub on board instead of Emily Craig in the bow seat, it looks like they've recovered well here, Richie, to be leading this first heat of the lightweight women's double sculls.
Absolutely, they're leading it, but they're not leading it by much because it's less than half a length as we watch New Zealand put on a big push here, and they've taken a couple of meters off of them just coming through the 1,000 meters. So they're pushing each other on here. It's GB leading it out ahead of New Zealand in second place. Barely a canvas between them now and the New Zealand crew on a charge. Back in third, Casey and Kremen of Ireland at the moment. There's Clearwater between them and the chasing back then from Tunisia and Japan with 2 crews to qualify. GB and New Zealand looking good. The question is, what kind of pressure can New Zealand put on the GB crew, and have GB recovered enough from the illness that affected their European chances, and can they get back into contention here? But the good news is they're leading it out here. Clearwater between them and the chasing pack for those 2 qualifying spots.
Großbritannien führt dieses Rennen bei 1200 Metern ganz eindeutig mit einer halben Länge Vorsprung auf Neuseeland an. Diese beiden Boote konnten sich schon etwas absetzen vom übrigen Feld. Es ist dann Irland an dritter Stelle mit einem Rückstand von bereits 2 Längen, die noch um einen finalberechtigten Platz kämpfen können. Die übrigen beiden Boote sind schon zu weit zurück. Es sind dies an 4. Stelle Tunesien und 5. Japan. Aber an der Spitze wird es sicher noch zu einem Kampf um den Sieg kommen zwischen Großbritannien und Neuseeland.
All through this regatta, we've seen a number of favourites being put under pressure in these first heats, and we're seeing it again today. It's Great Britain with the lead, but they've only got a bit under a boat length lead ahead of the Kiwi crew of Cox and Kittle. They're our 1 and 2 that'll look to go directly through to the A final. Then the Irish crew of Casey and Kremen sitting in 3rd place, and then back to Tunisia in 4th, Japan in 5th. All 5 of these crews have qualified for the Paris Olympics. Tunisia qualifying through the African Championships, and Japan qualifying through the Asian qualification regatta. But it's still Great Britain, Craig and Grant with that lead, just extending it out a little bit through that third 500 metres. It's now out from under a second to a second and a half, and then back to Ireland, Tunisia and Japan.
So high quality field, as you were saying there, and we're seeing it in the results as they come through the 1,500 metres. Great Britain and New Zealand continue to push each other on here, with Great Britain not giving up the lead that they've had off of the start through 500, 1,000 and into the last quarter as well. They've just about held off the challenge and are opening up a little bit of a cushion now between them and New Zealand. Just about 1 length between them for first and second. It's Clearwater back to the Irish crew of Casey and Kremen, coming back from a little bit of illness. Aoife Casey, great to see her back in full mode here, and Max Kremen of course did really well, got a silver medal in the lightweight women's single scull at the Europeans, so I'm sure she's not complaining, but she'd be delighted to have Aoife back here and in contention. Looks like they're going to have to come through the repechage though, because they're off the pace for the 2 qualifying spots. Coming into the finish for you, Camilla, looking good. GB New Zealand the 1 and 2.
Yeah, the top 2 accepting of their places now. I think New Zealand have just taken their foot off the gas ever so slightly to allow that margin to grow for Great Britain. As the sun shines down here on the finish line on the road, say it will be, as it has been so many times before this Olympiad, Imogen Grant and Emily Craig for Great Britain, with a Clearwater margin ahead of the Kiwis for the 1-2 through to the A final, with Ireland being the 3rd crew across the line in a matter of 5 strokes, but it will be the repechage that awaits them.
Es ist Großbritannien und Neuseeland, welche sich hier für das A-Finale qualifizieren in diesem ersten Vorlauf im Frauen-Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier. Und dahinter dann Irland, Tunesien und Japan. Diese 3 Boote werden wir dann morgen im Hoffnungslauf wiedersehen.
The next of our lightweight women's double sculls at 800 metres now. The same progression system, top 2 through to the A final. In lane 1, Uzbekistan. In lane 2, China. In lane 3, the USA. In lane 4, Peru. And in lane 5, Canada.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweier haben wir Usbekistan, China, USA, Peru und Kanada auf der Strecke. Momentan ist es das Boot aus den USA, welche dieses Rennen anführen. 2 Boote werden sich für das A-Finale qualifizieren, der Rest muss in den Hoffnungslauf.
As they come into sight of our team at 1,000 metres, it's all about the North Americans in those qualifying spots to the A final.
This is what we love about Lucerne. This is the swing of the regatta calendar that we normally see the crews from New Zealand, Australia and the US and Canada joining us here in Europe for the racing. So it's great to see them and see what kind of form that they're in. USA leading it out here through the start 500 and 1000. Just off the pace in Canada in second place. Just 1 second between the two of those and looking good for the qualifying spots. A little bit of clear water then back to the People's Republic of China, Uzbekistan and Peru back in third, fourth and fifth at the moment. Down now to the last half of the race, but looking good so far. USA and Canada in full control.
Die Silbermedaillengewinnerinnen der letztjährigen WM, die USA mit Michelle Sexer und Molly Rockford, führen das Feld der Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier an, aber nur ganz knapp vor Kanada mit Jill Moffat und Jennifer Carson. Diese waren Fünfte beim Weltcup 1 in Varese, haben jetzt aber offensichtlich ihre Form steigern können. Sie sind in Europa geblieben, haben immer hier trainiert und sind jetzt ganz nahe an den US-Amerikanerinnen dran. Es trennen diese beiden Boote ungefähr eine halbe Länge. Dann an dritter Stelle rudert schon mit einem Rückstand von 1,5 Längen China. Dann haben wir an vierter Stelle Usbekistan und am Schluss des Feldes Peru.
It is still the USA and Canada out in front. The US crew of Michelle Seska and Molly Reckford leading out the Canadians, Jill Moffat and Jennifer Casson. They're our 1 and 2. They're looking good to go through to the A final. The rest of the crew is going through to the repechage. They've been led out by the Chinese crew of Jiaqi Zhu and Xiaoping Qiu. And then back to the Uzbeki crew of Islamova and Tagmatova. They were in the final qualification regatta, unfortunately unable to make it through. One crew that will be making it through to Paris, though, Alessia and Valeria Palacios from Peru. They qualified in the Americas qualification regatta, sitting in 5th place at the moment, but they will have the chance to make it up in the repechage a little bit later on. But the USA still leading Canada.
And those Peruvian rowers and a set of twins, so there are 4 sets of twins competing here over the weekend. Alessia and Valeria Palacios of Peru, just 23 years of age and 19 in the last World Championship, so a lot to come for them in the future. But no doubt about the leaders here. USA still pushing on and taking the Canadian crew. They're the 1 and 2 down to the last quarter of the race and looking good to join Great Britain and New Zealand into the straight into the final A. The other crews going through the repechages. And as we were saying, it's China leading it out in 3rd place at the moment, ahead of Uzbekistan, and the Peruvian pair, double scull, back in 5th place. So looking good here, Camilla, for the North American crews with USA and Canada leading the way.
Yeah, Richie, I like your stat there about the twins. You are rivaling our resident factoid, Michael Schmidt, here in the tower. We like that one here. But as you rightly say, it is the Americans that are currently leading out this field alongside Canada, who run in that second and final spot through to the A final. Top 2 good enough to see you directly through to that final on Sunday. It's then going to be the crew from China that will be the first to progress through to the repechage if all things remain the same in the next 10 strokes. And then at the back of the field, we've then got Uzbekistan, followed by Peru.
Ja, Molly Reckford und Michelle Sexer, sie gewinnen hier diesen zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweier. Dahinter dann Kanada vor China. Allerdings werden nur die ersten beiden Boote direkt ins A-Finale fahren. China zusammen mit Usbekistan und Peru werden wir dann morgen im Hoffnungslauf wiedersehen.
Heat 1 of the lightweight men's double sculls now well underway and approaching halfway. In lane 1, Mexico. In lane 2, Belgium. In lane 3, Switzerland. In lane 4, Czechia. And in lane 5, Hong Kong, China.
Im ersten Vorlauf im Männer-Doppelzweier Leichtgewicht haben wir Mexiko 1, Belgien, die Schweiz, Tschechien und Hongkong am Start gehabt. Und nun kurz vor der 1000-Meter-Marke sind es die beiden Schweizer, Jan Schäuble und Rafael Ahumada, welche das Rennen anführen. Sie haben fast eine Länge Vorsprung auf das erste Verfolgungsboot von Mexiko.
Well, given that we've got a Swiss crew out in front, Richie, I'm going to hand it over quite swiftly to you at 1,000.
Yeah, coming to give you the stats coming through 1,000. The Swiss leading it out, so they'll be delighted for the local crews here. Mexico in second place, looking good to qualify along with Czechia. They're the 1, 2 and 3, with Belgium back in fourth and Hong Kong, China in fifth place at the moment. 3 crews to go into the semi-finals, so looking good so far here for Switzerland.
Ja, das stimmt. Also die Schweizer führen das Rennen ganz eindeutig an, wie sie das schon meistens gemacht haben, auch in dieser Saison. Ich glaube nicht, dass sie gefährdet werden könnten hier um den Sieg. Aber an der 2., und 3. und 4. Stelle sind viele Boote, also einige Boote noch nahe beieinander. Es sind dies Tschechien, Belgien und Mexiko. Mexiko an 2. Stelle, Belgien und Tschechien praktisch gleich auf. Die Tschechen sind Viertplatzierte der EM in diesem Jahr gewesen, also auch ein Klasseboot, und es wird sich zeigen, welche der 3 Mannschaften noch den Halbfinal nicht erreichen kann und in den Hoffnungslauf gehen muss. An der führenden Stelle aber kein Zweifel, die Schweiz.
I suspect that we will have some very popular leaders at the moment. It is the Swiss crew out in front. They're the reigning European champions, winning at Szeged. They're the silver medalists from last year's World Championships, looking to have a very strong season and potentially walk away with the gold in Paris. Second place at the moment are the crew from Czechia, with the third going to the Belgians, who qualified at the European qualification regatta. The Mexicans just dropping off the pace a little bit. They're outside of that direct route through to the AB semi-finals, and then back a little bit further to the Hong Kong China crew in 5th place. So the Swiss leading out Czechia, then Belgium, Mexico and Hong Kong China, our 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
So the young crew from Hong Kong, development crew, 18 and 19 years of age. Great to see them here among the mix, but off the pace back in 5th place. And the Mexican crew, who had done so well to come through in second, through 500 and 1,000, now back in 4th. So it looks like the experience of the crews from Czechia and Belgium coming through. Just to call out as well, Miroslav Vrastel, the stroke of the Czech crew, on now his 20th year of international rowing. Made his debut all the way back in 2004, and here he is challenging the leaders in current champions coming into the semi-finals. So coming up now towards the last few 100 metres, dust off the cowbells there, Camilla. It's Switzerland leading it out.
Yeah, we saw them filming a great little segment here of Swiss supporters ringing the cowbells home, and we've got the real cows up on the hill in front of us here at the finish line, because it's going to be Schäuble and Ahumada that will have clear water across the line here.
Ja, Jan Schäuble und Rafael Ahumada, sie lassen keine Zweifel aufkommen an ihrer Form. Sie gewinnen auch diesen Vorlauf deutlich vor dem Boot aus Tschechien und dahinter dann Belgien. Das die 3 Boote, die sich direkt für den Halbfinal AB qualifizieren.
So 3 crews through to the AB semi-finals in this lightweight men's double sculls event, and it will be Switzerland followed by Czechia and Belgium, with the remaining crews heading through to the repechage, Mexico and Hong Kong, China. The lightweight men's double sculls second heat now underway with the same progression. 3 boats through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Japan. In lane 2, Uzbekistan. In lane 3, Norway. In lane 4, Italy. And in lane 5, Mexico too.
Im zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsmänner-Doppelzweier haben wir Japan, Usbekistan, Norwegen, Italien und Mexiko 2 auf der Strecke. Und momentan sind es die beiden Italiener, welche das Rennen hier anführen.
So 3/5 of the field will get that ticket directly through to the AB semi-final. As they come up to halfway, Richie and the team are going to let us know who's there.
So leading it out, coming up on the halfway mark and leading from the start, it is the Italian crew. They've powered on here and they're coming down the course, rating as they tend to do up at 39 strokes per minute. So the Italian crew of Oppo and Suarez successful over the last number of seasons, multiple medals. They've opened up clear water now, so it's them ahead of the crew now from Norway moving into second place. The Norwegian crew, third at the Europeans most recently. They are looking good for that second qualifying spot. They've just taken that second place ahead of the crew from Japan, who were in second through 500, now in third place, and it's the crews from Mexico and Uzbekistan off the pace back in fourth and fifth at the moment.
Die Sieger des Weltcup 1 in Varese, Stefano Oppo und Gabriel Suarez aus Italien, führen das Feld ganz klar an vor Norwegen mit Lars Benske und Ask Diem. Sie waren Dritte an der EM und sind also auch ein Klasseboot, und diese beiden Boote konnten sich schon etwas absetzen, aber noch mittendrin ist auch Japan mit Miaura und Fruta. Sie sind noch nahe an den beiden führenden Booten dran. Dann am Schluss des Feldes Usbekistan und Mexiko 2. 3 Plätze werden ja für den Halbfinal berechtigt. Und ich glaube, es sind die Boote Italien, Norwegen und Japan.
So out in front, it is the Italian crew of Oppo and Suarez. You talk about form crews, third at the World Championships last year, first at World Cup 1 in Varese on home water, and then second at the European Championships at Szeged. So looking very strong and very powerful out in front. Second place, Norway, with third place to Japan at the moment. So they're our 1, 2 and 3 to go directly through to the AB semi-finals. Then we have the Mexico 2 crew of Velasquez Ugalde and Mejia Gutierrez. Now, the 2 Mexican crews, Mexico have qualified for the Olympics. We've got 2 Mexican crews here, so it'll be interesting to see in the repechage how those 2 crews go and whether or not one of them is able to go through and to take a little bit of bragging rights ahead of the other and potential Olympic selection. Uzbekistan sitting in 5th place, but it's still the Italians with that lead through 1,500.
That's what we like to see, a bit of seat racing going on at a World Cup regatta between the 2 Mexican crews. We'll keep an eye on that over the course of this regatta just to see how that fares out. No doubt about the leaders, though. It's going with form between Italy and Norway. The Italian crew, as you said, they're so successful. Second last time out in the Europeans, and the Norwegian crew, who are third, they're the 1 and 2 at the moment. And the Japanese crew, we've seen them a number of times in B finals, but they're making a big leap here to get into the mix for the semi-finals and hopefully come up to a challenge into the A final as well. So as they come into view for you here, Camilla, in the second heat of the lightweight men's double sculls, leading it out, the familiar side of Italy ahead of Norway. They're the 1 and 2, taking Japan with them, looking good for the 3 spots.
Yeah, looking really good for those 3 spots. And this crew from Italy never fails to surprise me. Oppo and Suarez are really looking stunning out here on the water. The sun is beaming down. It is just glorious here for this second heat of the lightweight men's double sculls. And they're making the most here out ahead of Benske and Tjom of Norway, and followed by Japan, holding down that third and final spot to the AB semis.
Die Italiener Stefano Oppo und Gabriel Suarez, sie lassen keine Zweifel aufkommen. Sie fahren hier als Erste über die Ziellinie, im zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsmann Doppelzweier. Ebenfalls im A-Finale direkt dabei sind es die beiden Norweger und auch Japan. Nicht dabei oder beziehungsweise im Hoffnungslauf dann wieder zu sehen sind die beiden anderen Boote aus Mexiko und Usbekistan.
The last 3 races of the day approaching now, but finally we've got to find out who the last few boats directly through to the AB semi-finals of the lightweight double sculls will be. It's Germany in lane number 1, Ireland in 2, Chile in 3 and Spain in lane 4.
Im dritten und letzten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtsman Doppelzweier haben wir Deutschland, Irland, Chile und Spanien auf der Strecke. Und momentan sind es die Olympiasieger aus Irland, welche dieses Rennen anführen. Paul O'Donovan und Fintan McCarthy. Sie haben schon kurz vor der 1000-Meter-Marke eine ganz knappe Führung gegenüber von den Spaniern.
Well, Richie, here at the finish line, the Irish flags are out in force to cheer the Olympic champions down the course.
A lot of encouragement from the Irish crews and supporters. I flew over with a few of them yesterday on the flight over here, and they'll be waving their flags to encourage Ireland. They've just moved into the lead in the last 100 metres. The Spanish crew are the ones who led it out through 500 in second place at the moment. Both these two crews have opened up clear water, then back to Chile in third place ahead of the under-23 crew then from Germany back in fourth place. Again, 3 to qualify here, and the remaining crew will go into repechage. So at the moment, it looks like Germany will head in that direction to that route to try get into the finals and semi-finals. Ireland leading it out here just in the last few hundred metres, as I mentioned, moving into the lead ahead of that Spanish crew.
1200 Meter sind zurückgelegt und es führt die irischen Weltmeister führen dieses Feld an, und zwar mit einer halben Länge bis 3/4 Längen Vorsprung auf Spanien. Dann haben wir an dritter Stelle das Boot aus Deutschland und zurückgefallen ist das chilenische Boot. Denn am Anfang des Rennens waren die Chilenen noch an dritter Stelle, teilweise sogar an zweiter Stelle ganz am Anfang. Jetzt sind sie zurückgefallen. Also die 3 Boote, die die besten Chancen für den Halbfinal haben, sind momentan die Weltmeister aus Irland, Spanien und Deutschland.
Approaching the 1500 metres, it's still the Irish crew in the lead ahead of Spain. The Spaniards started off really, really strongly and through 1,000, certainly putting plenty of pressure on the Irish, but just dropping off the pace a little bit. You could see the Irish speeds just holding up, whereas the Spanish speeds just starting to drop off a bit after that 1,000 metres, but still sitting in comfortably in second place, comfortably in that qualification position for the semi-finals. And then the Germans, that under-23 crew that won the under-23 lightweight men's double sculls last year at the World Championships, Junior World Championships. They're sitting in third place. They're ahead of the Chileans, and they are looking comfortable to go through to the AB semi-final as well. So Ireland leading out Spain, Germany, with Chile looking like they'll be going through to the repechage.
A good move from the under-23 World Championships there from Germany, moving from fourth into third in the last few hundred metres, and looking to shake off the challenge that's going to come from Chile for that last qualifying spot. Spain, the early leaders. We see so many crews try this against the Irish, get out to a lead and try maximise the lead and hold on for dear life. But I think they realise they've got a lot of racing coming up with semi-finals and finals, so they're looking secure for that spot. So taking the foot off the gas a little bit now and holding on to second place. But no doubt about the leaders, the McCarthy and O'Donovan from Ireland leading it out since the 1,000 metre mark. That's when they made their move. And Camilla, coming in towards the finish, it looks like Ireland and Spain looking good for 1 and 2, and a great move from Germany to see them move into contention for the third qualifying spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah, you've almost called them over the line there, Richie. Just 5 or so strokes to go for O'Donovan and McCarthy. Conspicuous by their absence this season, actually. This is the first time we've seen them as a combination since the World Championships last year. But a comfortable win ahead of Spain, who will, like you say, just dial down the pressure to keep their energy in reserves for the later rounds of competition. And Germany doing much the same here in that third and final qualifying spot ahead of Chile.
Im dritten Vorlauf ist es Irland vor Spanien und Deutschland, welche sich für das Halbfinale direkt qualifizieren. Irland das erste Mal in dieser Saison, in dieser Kombination so unterwegs. Paul O'Donovan an der EM noch im Schweren. Einer der Männer am Start. Jetzt ist er wieder bei den Leichten unterwegs und hat seine Dominanz schon mal mit diesem Vorlaufsieg unterstrichen. Am Anfang noch etwas gemächlich, aber gegen den Schluss so richtig aufgedreht. Und da können wir gespannt sein, wie sich das Feld dann im Halbfinale zeigen wird, wenn dann Irland noch etwas stärkere Gegner haben wird.
I'm gonna go quite quickly. 800 metres gone now. In the preliminary race for the women's quads, all 6 crews will be contesting again in the final here. In lane 1, Germany. In lane 2, Switzerland. In lane 3, Great Britain. In lane 4, the Netherlands. In lane 5, China. And in lane 6, Australia.
Wir kommen zum Doppel 4 der Frauen und wir haben Deutschland auf Bahn 2, auf Bahn 1, auf Bahn 2 die Schweiz, die Gesamtweltcup-Siegerin vom Vorjahr, auf Bahn 3 Großbritannien, die Weltmeisterin auf Bahn 4, die Niederlande auf Bahn 5, dann die Chinesin, die Olympiasiegerin und auf Bahn 6 Australien.
Wow, what a race we've got here coming through the 1,000, Richie.
Unbelievable. There's about a third of a length separating the first 5 crews. The only crew off the pace at the moment is the Australian crew. New combination here coming together from from quad sculls and doubles in previous races. But there is very little between the leading pack. Coming through the 1,000 metres, the Great British crew have moved from 4th into 1st, so taking the lead through 1,000. Second, it goes to Netherlands at the moment. The People's Republic of China, who had done all the running and leading it through 500, now back in 3rd place. Germany moving from 2nd into 4th, Switzerland in 5th at the moment, Australia in 6th. So all the running being done in the last few hundred metres by Great Britain and Netherlands to move into 1 and 2.
Bei 1300 Metern haben wir 5 Boote, alle noch innerhalb einer ganzen Länge. Es sind dies in Führung das Boot aus Großbritannien. Dann haben wir an 2. Stelle die Holländerinnen. 3. dann China. 4. Deutschland und 5. die Schweiz. Und dann haben wir doch bereits einen kleineren Rückstand von etwa 1,5 Längen bis 2 Längen für Australien an 6. Stelle. Aber an der Spitze nun ein ganz interessantes Rennen. Also es hat die beiden Boote auf der Bahn 1 und Bahn 2, die Deutschland und die Schweiz, die bekämpfen sich. Und es wird sich zeigen, ob die Schweiz hier noch Deutschland überholen kann. An der Spitze aber nach wie vor Großbritannien vor Holland.
This was one of the more open events this season. The reigning world champions, Great Britain, finished 4th in World Cup 1 before winning at the European titles in Szeged. They are leading at the moment and have opened up a nice little lead over the Dutch and then back to the Chinese sitting in 3rd place, the Germans up there as well. So the minor placings with it all to play for. But we saw the Ukrainians win in World Cup 1. They have now qualified a couple of days ago and now taking a well-earned break. But it's Great Britain with the lead ahead of the Netherlands, Germany, China, Switzerland and Australia off the pace with a couple of 100 metres left to go.
There's definitely no one taking this preliminary race that bit easy. They're racing all the way to the line here. Great to see. And what a final it'll be when we get to that race later on this weekend. A high-quality field here and all eyes on GB. A fantastic move from them to move from 4th into 1st. And they're still leading it out here, just about holding off the challenge from the Netherlands, Germany, China back in 4th, Switzerland and Australia 5th and 6th. Coming in towards the finish, Camilla, and it's going to be lining up towards a very tight finish as well, but just a couple of seconds separating 1st to 5th here between GB, Netherlands, Germany, China and Switzerland.
Yeah, just a few strokes to go now for Great Britain. It's almost a replay of last year's World Championship final here in the preliminaries, but this time around there will come a second chance in the final. But the Dutch well under pressure here by the Germans as they come towards the line. Great Britain 1 length up. Germany will take second by a canvas over the Netherlands. The Swiss will settle for 4th ahead of China. And then Australia with Clearwater back. The only crew really trailing from this exceptional field we've got here in the women's quadruple sculls. Really quite something to watch, but if you've enjoyed that, you'll get to watch it all again in Sunday's final.
Es sind die Weltmeisterinnen aus Großbritannien, welche dieses Rennen, dieses Bahnverteilungsrennen im Doppel 4 der Frauen gewonnen haben. Auf der 2. Position die Deutschen und auf Rang 3 Niederlande. 4 dann für die Schweiz, noch vor den Olympiasiegerinnen aus China. Auf dem 6. und letzten Platz Australien.
the last race of the opening session here at World Rowing Cup 2 Lucerne, and we've got the preliminary race for the men's quadruple sculls to look forward to. In lane 1, we've got Italy. In lane 2, Poland. In lane 3, the Netherlands. In lane 4, Great Britain. In lane 5, Switzerland. And in lane 6, Germany.
Wir kommen zum letzten Rennen vor der Mittagspause und das ist der Männer-Doppelvier mit Italien, Polen, den Niederlanden, Großbritannien, der Schweiz und Deutschland auf der Strecke. Die Boote schon bei der 800-Meter-Marke und es sind 2 Boote an der Spitze und zwar Polen und die Niederlande. Dahinter dann nicht weit zurück Italien und auch die Schweiz und Deutschland noch ganz gut dabei.
Well, a great fact about this preliminary race, Richie, is this is the exact 6 boats that faced off against each other in last year's World Championship final in Belgrade, where it was the Netherlands that reigned victorious. And they're in a tight old battle here in race 1 of the second World Cup of the season.
Yeah, I'd hate to actually make a call on it because just as they were coming through and you were mentioning their win last year, the Polish crew were putting increased pressure on them coming through the 1000 and Poland just moved in on the surge there to take the lead. So it's Poland leading it out ahead of the Netherlands. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, Italy in third. And then it's a little bit of water opening up then back to Germany, Switzerland and Great Britain, surprisingly back in 6th place. But again, just a preliminary race, so maybe they're holding off to get that run in towards the final when we get to that race. But really nice rowing here from Poland. They've had a hit and miss season over the last while compared to back in 2022 when they were our European and World Champions. Now back in the mix here, timing their season well in World Cup 2, coming up and taking the lead here ahead of the Netherlands. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment with Italy back in third.
Bei 1300 Metern führt Polen ganz knapp vor der Niederlande mit etwa einer halben Luftkastenlänge Vorsprung. Diese beiden Boote konnten sich etwas absetzen vom übrigen Feld. Schon eine Länge zurück, dann Italien an 3. Stelle. Dann haben wir 4., 5. und 6. Deutschland, Schweiz und Großbritannien.
It is a humdinger of a battle out in the lead. It's Poland just with their bow balls out in front of the Netherlands. Italy sitting in 3rd place and they're under pressure now from the British, the Germans and the Swiss sitting in 6th place at the moment. So Poland and the Netherlands have been battling it out and the margins have barely been anything. It was 0.1 of a second through 500 metres, 0.05 of a second at the 1,000, 0.3 of a second. It's the biggest margin of the entire race through the 1,500 metres. Poland leading out the Netherlands. They're looking to try and upgrade that 3rd place from last year's World Championships to a gold this weekend and also in Paris in a couple of months' time. But the Dutch now have started to come back. 200 metres to go. It's anyone's guess as to who's going to win, the Netherlands or Poland.
Up at 41 strokes per minute as they wind up towards the finish. What a great way to finish World Cup 1, our first session this morning as they come into your view, Camilla. The Polish still pushing on here now, but it looks like Netherlands just in the last stroke or two coming up to take the lead.
Poland have really taken it to the Dutch here, a crew that I thought was going to be unbeatable this season, but Poland are coming right back again. They led this race for the majority of strokes, but the Dutch have come pushing straight back here. This is absolutely phenomenal on day 1, the men's quadruple sculls.
Ja, sind die Niederlande, die nun die Vorentscheidung herbeigeführt haben. Kuhn Mittermachers am Schlag. Er hat nun seine Bootsspitze um etwa 3/4 Bootslänge nach vorne geschoben. Dahinter dann Polen und auf dem 3. Platz wird die Großbritannien über die Ziellinie fahren, vor Deutschland und der Schweiz.
So it'll be the Dutch ahead of Poland. Great Britain row through the field from being all the way back in 6th at the 1K to finishing 3rd. It was then a very close race for that 4th position between Germany and Switzerland, and it will be the Germans that take it on this occasion. Very surprising to see the Italians trailing, taking it easy ahead of Sunday's final, the world silver medalists, but I'm sure we'll see a fantastic race in this event. That just a taster in the preliminary here today on day 1 of racing at World Rowing Cup 2. So, folks, that was it for the first session of racing here on the Friday of World Rowing Cup to Lucerne. We will resume once again this afternoon with a set of races, starting off with the women's pair repechage taking place at 3 p.m. local time, and we'll run all the way through to the last race of the day at 4:49, which will be the preliminary race of the men's 8.
Das war's mit den Vorläufen am heutigen Tag. Um 15 Uhr geht es dann weiter mit dem ersten Hoffnungslauf des Tages. Das wird der Frauen Zweierone sein. Anschließend Männer Zweierone und weitere Hoffnungsläufe um 15:47 Uhr, dann die Viertelfinals im Männer-Einer und der Tag endet um 16:49 Uhr mit dem Bahnverteilungsrennen im Männer-Achter. Also nochmals Hochspannung heute Nachmittag, aber zuerst haben wir etwas Zeit, um durchzuatmen, uns zu stärken und bereit zu machen für ein spannendes Nachmittagsprogramm am zweiten Weltcup hier in Luzern am Rotsee.
This is not an ad. It's a warning. I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces, that will enter through those cracks and will stay and live in you.